Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening, the second last racing event of our 2023 racing calendar, and a reasonably warmish evening. Well, felt warm outside, but it says temperature will be recorded as 16 degrees Celsius. That's maybe a tad cooler. The track condition listed as fast, and as always, the announcer listed as slow. Let's get a look at race number one. Note that number 3, Twin Bee Nancy's Wish, is scratched. Race 1, scratch number 3, Twin Bee Nancy's Wish. The second race, One Sweeter Than Blue. Travis Henry will drive. Travis Henry will drive One Sweeter Than Blue in the second. In race number 3, number 1, Silverback Jack has missing chart line from this past Friday evening. Winner Gagnon by 4.5 lengths, 155 and 1. And Colin Kelly did drive. Silverback Jack a winner by 4.5 on the 22nd, and that was in this same class. Races 4, 5, and 6 have no changes. No changes. Races 4, 5, and 6. Race number 7, One Sunseeker, has a missing line from Friday night's fourth, beaten 9.25 in 157. Fourth beaten 9.25 in 157. Jay Harris drove. Race 8, number 2, Pink Monster, bridle change, blind to open bridle. That is blind to open bridle on Pink Monster. And races 9, 10, and 11 have no changes. No changes, races 9, 10, or 11. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Once again, note in race 1, scratched is number 3, Twin Bee Nancy's Wish. And the second race, Travis Henry will drive One Sweeter Than Blue. It is now 16 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in my co-host and handicapping expert for the evening and all season long here at Elora at Grand River Raceway, Robert Sky Reed. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic, Gary. I had a great time at the Mohawk Million card on Saturday night at Mohawk Park, working alongside Greg Blanchard on the Costa TV broadcast, along with Jamie McDonald. Great night at Mohawk Park. But now you get to Monday. Always look forward to Mondays here at the River. A little bit bittersweet, though, because it's our final Monday card, second last card of the season. But it's been such a great year here at the River, and bigger and better literally next season with the track expansion. But it's a nice card tonight, right? Both of our last two cards, incredible, top to bottom. 11 dashes tonight, 11 dashes Wednesday. Of course, it's going to be the Prospect Series finals on Wednesday night. I'll be there live and in person. Looking forward to that as well. Tonight, kind of cool that we do have a top condition class for Pacers, and we get Ideal Perception coming back to this surface. We know how much he loves it here at the River. I would say he'd have to be considered to be the, I guess, the most valuable racehorse of the season here. Just tremendous efforts throughout the year. Looking forward to seeing him back with friends tonight. Horses that he typically does very well against in the top condition class for Pacers. But the real race is really kind of turning out to be in the driver and trainer standings, because just two cards left. And there are 5 drivers within 4 wins of each other at the top. Colin Kelly now leads the way. He took control over Jay Harris last Friday night. 40 wins for him, 39 for Jay. Then you've got Travis Henry and Brett McDonald with 37 apiece, and Anthony Hahn with 36. And all of them are in play over these last two nights of racing here. On the trainer's side, Brett Lester, he got a 2-win advantage Friday night when he won a couple of races. Now he's got some good chances again tonight. He now has a two win lead at 17 over Jody Cullen and Lori LePage. So great to see we have jam-packed cards to finish off the season both tonight and Wednesday, and it's heating up in the race for the drivers and trainers titles as well. That makes for some great racing action. Can't wait to see how it all unfolds. But of course, we'll come back in about 8 minutes to post to take a look at one of my favorite wagers here at the River, the early pick 5, guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. And we'll do that at about 8 minutes to post. 7 minutes on the board until the opening dash here on we'll call it a marvelous Monday here at Grand River Raceway. 11 dashes on tap, but getting started with one of our first favorite wagers of the evening, the early pick five guaranteed pool, $5,000 low takeout, 15%. Get started right away in the opening dash. We've seen some great payouts in this wager throughout the season. And well, for yours truly, we're going a little bit deep in the opening leg. We've kind of played it thin early on, many of the recent cards, and sometimes we get bounced out. So maybe we'll get by this one with four horses, 1, 2, 4, and 5. I've loved the way the two Pink G has been racing. I thought she's progressed so nicely for trainer Chris Hill, and you're going to have Daryl Thiessen back aboard. I think that in with a big chance here. I thought she'd get over bet. She is right now at 6-5. So we're going to go four deep with the 1, 2, 4, and 5. Just thought that maybe we'd be able to start off with some value here on the opening leg because we're going pretty thin after that with a couple of singles. First one of which is race number 2, the 2 Jules Diamond Eyes has won 3 in a row here at the River, has done so by margin. Last time could not have been an easier winner. Now she does step up to face tougher tonight. She's going to see some more older horses as well in this dash, but I do think that she's been racing so well that it's going to be tough to beat her. She's second choice in the morning line. I'd be shocked if that's the way it plays out. I think she'll go off as the favorite. She's our single in race number 2. Race 3, we're going to come back with a single of the 1 Silverback Jackie. Really, really impressed me last Friday. So he's coming back on short rest, but he did it so easy on that occasion. Really raised his game. You know, he's a horse that has been camera shy throughout his career. I'm thinking though, after his last 2 starts, he's probably turned a corner. You got Brett Lesser in the race for top trainer, leading the way right now. Colin Kelly leads the way for top driver. A lot of good things for Silverback Jack tonight. Pole position to boot. One from that spot on Friday. I wasn't going to go against him. I just said, you know what, we're going to single up on him. If he comes back to that latest effort, he should double up in there. So single, race 2 and 3. Now we're going to spread out again. Race 4, the 1, 5, and 9. I do love Tamara Hanover, the rail horse. I was all over her in her latest. She steps up in class tonight. She does face, older horses again. She's a lone 2-year-old in the contest tonight, and I do think that you've got to like her chances after that dominant victory last time. But the 5, Kalina Diamond, I think that she's got a big chance in there from post 5. The horse has done some good things this season. Has hit the board with frequency, and following that one out is Rose Run Yvette, who was a winner at Mohawk Park 2 back and was only beaten a neck here July 31st. So I'm using 159, and they're leaving out the 8 Fashion Forward strictly because of the post position. Race 5, well, we're going real deep in that one. I think that race has an opportunity for a price. I've been all over 3 somewhere in each of his last 2. Got beat last time. To Feisty Like Fire was a winner before that. But we're going to go 6 deep. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9. I like the 3 Woodmere Denver on top. Not sure you get that 12-1 morning line on him. But I do think he's got a big chance in there, and I'm thinking he will provide some value in the multi-leg wagers at least, as will the 2 Let's Go Jude. So I'm happy to have a bunch in there, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, hoping that's the race where maybe we see a big price. The 9 Fiscal Policy, if not for the second tier, may have been a single for me, but I think he might get caught up in traffic. But 14.40 for 20 cents. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, I didn't spend 14.40. I went with 9.60. That seems to be my usual amount. And well, that's because I'm a senior, Rob. I'm on a fixed income, so I got to play it a little lighter than you young bucks. And well, 3 in the first race, and then a pair after that in each of the next 4 dashes. 1, 2, and 5. So I left off your 4. In the second race, so Sweeter Than Lou and Jules Diamond Eyes. I think that's the story on the inside. One of those 2. In fact, you went along with Jules Diamond Eyes, but I wanted to take a shot with Sweeter Than Lou, Sean Stacy. In race number 3, again, you went to a single, but I added 1, so I have the 1 Silverback Jack and 6 Delightful Feeling, just because. And we'll see if it pans out. Sometimes you just go fishing for something. And in race number 4, I just have the 1 and the 9. I do not have 5 Kalina Diamond just because I'm trying to keep the ticket a little lighter, but I do respect that one. The 1 and the 9. Fashion Forward, I would have used, but post 8 might be just too much for Fashion Forward. And race number 5, although you took 2/3 of the field, I actually handicapped the race and took Bryant Sealster and also three somewhere. I had to throw that dig in. I should take that back. I should stop saying that to you. Sorry, buddy.
No, no, it's okay. I knew it was coming. I mean, as I marked down the sixth horse in there, I said if I go with five, I might be okay. When I hit two-thirds of the field, I'm going to be in trouble. But that's okay. 12 combinations for us both to be winners tonight, which of course I'm cheering for. And you'd be happy if I just ran out with the pole position throughout the first five, which is a possibility tonight. You've got the one horse in all five of those races, which is not a bad place to be here at the river. And there are those standings for the race for top driver. It doesn't get any tighter than that, does it? It's going to really make for some hot racing action over the next two cards. Again, Colin Kelly leads the way with 40 victories. Jay Harris in second with 39. Brett McDonald and Travis Henry both with 37 apiece, and Anthony Hahn in the hunt as well with 36. So it should be great to see how that plays out over the next couple of nights of racing. But you've got a minute or so to map out your winning wagers for this early pick five. Again, guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. We'll come back in just a few minutes, take a closer look at race number one.
Field for race one on parade. One, Vivi Z. Travis Henry for Vicky Gregg and Ross Family Farms. Number two is Pink G. Daryl Thiessen for Chris Hill. Three, scratched in Forest Cabana Nana. Jason Ryan for Jim Ellis and Katrina Lawrence. Number five, Roll the Bet. Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew. Number six, Come See, Come Saw. Scott Quiller, Heather Pickett, and Christopher Jewett. Number seven, Spree Shadow. Bruce Richardson for Bud Sinclair and Robin Cassidy, and John Marshall. And a bright Shea Sealster, Todd Ratchford drives and trains and owns. Let's get a look at this field. The three, Twin B Nancy's Wish is scratched. And, well, first up, number two, Pink G, co-favorite with the five, Roll the Bet, my top choice. So, and also the one, Vivi Z. Now they're all at 5-2. So it looks like a difficult handicapping race in terms of fans can't decide which one of those three. But you decided on Pink G, Rob.
Yeah, I did go with Pink G on top, and I thought that she would take a lot of support in here just because, we've seen her, Gary, kind of progress so nicely through those four starts, right? I mean, she was first over in her lifetime debut when Gerald Teese was aboard, finishing third to Molly's Game at 25-1. Since then, she's finished second twice and had another third place finish. There's a nice score down right here from this 2-year-old filly, daughter of All Bets Off. And I'm thinking that if the game plan is to try to go forward off the gate from post two, she could be tough to beat in here. I thought though that it looked like a pretty contentious dash to open off the card. I'd be surprised if she goes off at 5-2 again. I thought she would be 2-1 or less, and that's why I kind of spread out in the pick five. But obviously, I like her chances, and she's one we've had our eye on.
Number five, Roll the Bet, has had just one start and was third in a race that Pink G was second, and since then scratched vet sick. That race was August the 28th, so Roll the Bet, you might think, well, I don't know if I would take that one on top, but I did. But certainly Roll the Bet, sent up by Rachel Andrew, It could make a big step forward if, and that's the big if she's fit and healthy.
Yeah, and I don't mind putting her on top here because at the end of the day, I think we both kind of liked her chances to get a piece of it, anyways, in that prospect series that she was race that she was scratched out of. That was won by Distant Lover. So I mean that's a pretty, even though she didn't compete in that race, just to think that we thought she'd be competitive against that group. I mean that's a pretty big measuring stick when you're in against one like Distant Lover and Quiet Assurances. And the I thought the lifetime debut was a good one on August the 28th and ended up finishing third to Jewel Diamond Eyes. Made a huge move. Looked like she might throw her hat into the ring for the business end of it, and then ended up just finishing third. But again, another good form reference there with Jules Diamond Eyes, who we're going to see later on in the card. So to me, 6-5 on a horse that's missed like a month, it's pretty hard to swallow that, right? I thought that she'd likely take support in here. I actually thought that Pink G might be the favorite. She'd be second choice just based on the time away. Not playing out that way right now. But she's obviously with a big chance. But 6-5 to me is an overbet.
Sometimes why I like to take a horse that's had just one start over Pink G with four is because there might be more hidden talent that we haven't seen yet, where we've seen Pink G four times, gradually progressing, but we don't know what role the bet is.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, it's even kind of the theory behind maybe taking a first time starter, in a field where you've got like lots of maidens that have had many chances, and obviously in this race that's not the case because you've got most of these horses haven't had too many chances, right, to kind of show their stuff out there as of yet. A lot of them are youngsters, but I do agree with that theory, right? Like you've got one that raced really well in her only start of her career, where others have had multiple chances to kind of break their maiden.
Number one, Vivi Z had post one last race, but that was the prospect series, didn't leave, but this should be a better spot. Maybe Vivi Z could be a bit of a sleeper in here.
Yeah, I actually kind of liked her underneath in that one. We were all over Where's My Phone in that race. We both loved that one. I think she paid some kind of tremendous price too. I thought it was like something crazy, like 7-2 or something. Where's My Phone, which should never have been the case on that occasion. But Vivi Z was one I thought could get a piece of it. She ended up fading back to fifth at 29-1. Off of Ed Scratch the Lame. And like you said, this is, an easier spot for her. So Rail Control, getting away from those types, she should be more than competitive. 9-2 is not a bad price. Like if you don't want to swallow the something to five on both our two favorites right now, no problem in taking Vivi Z at 9-2. I certainly wouldn't begrudge anyone for that.
And then you do have a bit of a price horse on your pick five in number four, Cabana Nana.
Yeah, Cabana Nana's, one that's is interesting, right? Because this is, first start now for trainer Jim Ellis. You get Jason Ryan aboard. Sometimes you look at a horse and you see, some improving form, and you say, well, what else might step this horse forward? Well, change of scenery, a new set of hands. Maybe Cabana Nana is one that you want to have on your ticket here. And I did not expect 10-1. I thought more like 5 or 6-1. I'm surprised that any one of those four that I'm using the pick five is going off at a number higher than that. And I say she's the value on the board right now at double digits, now 12-1.
Well, right now you are right that Pink G has dropped on this cycle to the 7-5 favorite, and number five, Roll the Bet, is 2-1 as they are getting rolling for race one. Vivi Z, Pink G on the inside, in the center, Cabana Nana, Roll the Bet, and Come See Come Saw to the outside, Spree Shadow and Shea Sealster. It is a field of seven, race number one, first of 11 dashes on this Monday evening as we are gathered at the river. The field for race number one. Gathering speed approaching the start. And they're off and Roll the Bet, Cabana Nana, Vivi Z, Pink G, and Shea Sealster on the outside. Then Spree's Shadow and Come See, Come Saw. But Roll the Bet is rolling right out now. Roll the Bet, Cabana Nana is racing second. Then Vivi Z. And on the outside, Shea Sealster is still parked and driving on. And Pink G is racing fifth. And then well back Spree's Shadow and Come See, Come Saw. Roll the Bet, 2-1 for Austin Surrey. Leads on up to the opening quarter. And Cabana Nana is second. Shea Sealster to the outside third. Vivi Z is racing fourth, and Pink G fifth on the inside. 28 in one opening quarter, and it is Roll the Bet, and Shea Sealster has been issued the parking ticket. Cabana Nana is on the inside third. Vivi C, Pink G as they come off the turn, trailing pair. Spree's Shadow and Come See, Come Saw. Roll the Bet's going to roll up to the half with the lead for Austin Surrey at about 2 lengths right now. Cabana Nana on the inside. To the outside, Shea Sealster. Now Pink G has moved out and is on the back of Shea Sealster, who's parked every step of the way. Into the backstretch they go. Vivi on the inside, but now Roll the Bet is starting to roll away. Roll the Bet leads by about 4 or 5. Cabana Nana second. Vivi third. And Pink G is racing fourth. Then Spree's Shadow and Shea Sealster. But Roll the Bet continues to roll. It's Roll the Bet leading by about 4. Cabana Nana second. Vivi is third. And Pink G is fourth. And is about 6 or 7 off the lead. 3/4 in 126. And Roll the Bet. Now here comes Cabana Nana. Roll the Bet and Cabana Nana. Cabana Nana's got dead aim on Roll the Bet. And Cabana Nana, Roll the Bet. Now Pink G is kicked into high gear and Vivi Z, but it's going to be Cabana Nana, as they come to the finish at 6-1, is going to kick off the pick 5, and then Pink G, Roll the Bet, and Vivi Z. Mile of 156 and 2. Roll the Bet, Rob. I guess that's why you go 4 deep instead of 3 deep.
Yeah, we do. And listen, I said I thought Cabana Nana was all the value in there, especially considering, the change of scenery, right? New bar, new hands. I love what Jason Ryan's done this meet here at Grand River, and we went down to 6-1, so we saw 12-1 right when we were talking about her. She dropped down to 6-1 late. Soon as she kind of got away well off the gate, I said, okay, she's going to be a big time player in here. And Roll the Bet, a horse that took support down to 2-1 and was handled aggressively. Looked like a horse that is likely just a little bit short, right? And that's what happens sometimes when you miss a month between starts. So, but Cabana Nana, I mean, again, going to the gate, Gary, I thought that if you were going to bet one to win, she's the one you'd want to probably play because she was offering all the value out of the 4 horses I thought had a chance in that race.
Yeah, and there's also going to be a big pick 5 start off because knocked out Pink G at 4-5.
Yeah, Pink Chi at 4-5 goes down, and again, she didn't race poorly by any stretch of the imagination. She was coming on real nicely for second there, but you kind of called that out too, right? A horse that's had 4 chances to get to the winner's circle, hasn't done it yet. A couple of seconds, a couple of thirds. Cabana Nana's one that had one less start, but then there was also a break in her schedule after a vet scratch sick, and that again, always looking for a reason for a horse to take a step forward. And there was that working in the four Cabana Nana's favor today. So let's hope now that we can somehow run out this pick 5.
It would be a nice pick 5 to start off with, at least 6-1. Cabana Nana and Pink G goes down, finishing second at 4-5. 4-2-5-1. Back in front of us, number 4 Cabana Nana, 2-year-old better than Cheddar Bay filly, owned by Patrina Lawrence. Jim Ellis, the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. First win for Cabana Nana, 156 and 2. The first race pounds for Cabana Nana, 1570, 460, and 260. 2 Pink G, 310, 230, 5 Roll the Bet, 280. $2 exactor, 58.50. Dollar try, $129. Dollar super, 153.50. is 2-1 as they are getting rolling for race one. Victory. The first race order finished in the top 4-2 scratch 13756. That's 4-2 scratch 13756.
Cabana Nana getting the job done in the opening dash. Odds of 6-1. Good luck if you're still rolling on that pick five. We are. We're still trucking along here. It gets thin now, though. A couple of singles. But hopefully you had that one in the opening dash. We move on now to race number 2 and our early pick 4. Guaranteed pool, $2,500. Low takeout, 15%. And yours truly, well, he sticks to what he does in the pick 5 typically. And there's a nice shot of the Allura Sky, an ominous looking Allura Sky tonight. Love those shots brought to you by our Amazing broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. Race 2, well, we're still up in the 2, Jules Diamond Eyes, who's 5-2 on the board right now, but pretty hefty favorite in that double. So think that those odds are going to come down. She's looking to now quadruple up here tonight, and I think she's been fantastic in each of her 3 victories here. Happy to single her here in the opening leg. Race number 3, the 1 Silverback Jack. Just thought that he raced so good on Friday night to get to the winner's circle. Hard to go against him in this spot if he comes back to that effort. I think he goes right back to the victory lane. So happy to single him in race 3. So we're walking the tightrope between those opening 2 legs of this pick 4 wager. Now we spread out race 4, the 159. Tamara Hanover, big win last time. Stepping up to face tougher tonight, though. The 5, Kalina Diamond, one that I've kind of been fond of throughout the season. Hasn't tasted victory in a while, but she has been knocking at the door. And the 9, Rose Run Yvette, should love getting back here to the river and starts behind a good one in Tamara Hanover. So that helps her from the trailing post. Again, leaving off the 8 Fashion Forward strictly because of the starting spot. Race number 5. Well, that's where we did handicap the race, by the way. Don't believe Gary. 2/3 of the field, though, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9. It's a condition claiming event. I think kind of a wide open dash. 3 somewhere will probably take support again. But I think the winner can come from anywhere. A lot of horses moving to those condition claiming ranks for the first time. I'm intrigued by the 3, Woodmere Denver, and even the 2, Let's Go Jude. If they provide big numbers on the board, that's where I'd likely be going as for a win ticket in there. But I think there'll be a good value in the multi-leg wagers to pick 5 and the pick 4. But 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9 is who we're using in that money leg race number 5. That takes us just $3.60 though, and that's because we start off with a couple of singles. But just a couple minutes away to the start of race number 2. You're going to start mapping out your winning wagers for that early pick 4 guaranteed pool, $2,500, low takeout 15%. We'll come back to a closer look at race number 2 in just a couple of minutes.
Field on parade for the second. One Sweeter Than Lou. Travis Henry for Sean Stacy. And Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie. Number 2, Jules Diamond Eyes. Daryl Thiessen for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. Number 3 is Whole Lotta Luck. Scotty Calder for Jason Libby and Douglas Dunbar. Number 4 is Ultimate Twix. Colin Cuthbert, Dean Nixon, and Madonna Morrison. 5 is Stay True. Brett Madonna for Brian Lee and Edward Gork. Number 6, All She Can. Jason Ryan for Kenroy Scaife. Number 7, Danica Sealster. Jay Havers for Chris Haskell and Stanley Henderson. Number 8, Tierra Dancer. Austin Sorry for Les Posen. And 9, Here's the Thing, Tom Smith for Jane Walker. Field of 9, race number 2. And of course, we have to start off with our look at this field with number 2, Jules Diamond Eyes. The last 3 starts Well, she has been just on fire, Rob.
Yeah, she has been, and that's why I said, I didn't think that she'd be the second choice in here to the one Sweden and Lou, only because of the fact that she's been so good on victory, and each of those three trips to the winner's circle. So she's won three in a row, and by a combined margin of nearly 10 lengths. And last time, it really couldn't get any easier for her. She had a big lead throughout the mile, stopped the clock in 58 and 2, 35 cents to the dollar, and kind of took on a little bit tougher in her latest. Now she takes on, significantly tougher, I guess, top to bottom. But I just couldn't really find any, good reason to go against her here, Gary. I mean, she's been fantastic in each of her last three, and really one that we kind of noticed in her first two lifetime starts that was kind of, progressing to a horse that was going to get the job done. And since then, she's been perfect on the track. So looking forward to see what she does tonight. Post two should only help her chances, and 3 to 5 is probably the price that I expected her to be.
Well, if I was going against her, the one that I would probably go to, and I could talk myself into her, is one Sweeter Than Lou.
Yeah, I think that that's not a problem. I mean, if you look at it from a standpoint, like if you looked at the the morning line odds, or even to think that they maybe they're the same price, I'd have a hard time making a case for Sweden Lou. But if you're getting 9 to 2 versus 3 to 5, and there are certainly reasons to bet Sweden Lou, and the biggest one is she's been facing tougher competition at Mohawk Park in her last two. I mean, Anne was tremendous in her first lifetime start. In Sweden Lou's latest, Rock Shadow was second in there. It was a pretty good field, top to bottom. And before that, she picked up a small piece over that bigger racing surface. So uh, I thought she was a good winner. August the 14th, rail control, strong barn to work out of as well. So yeah, you could talk me into her from being a value player if the price discrepancy stays where it is right now. But in all probability, I think that Jules Diamond Eyes wins this race more times than not.
Number three, Whole Lot of Luck, was the favorite at Flamborough last race, and I was not thinking why she was the favorite, and then she went out and won that race despite parking early and then being back out at the half.
Yeah, I thought it was a big effort. I watched back that replay, and did yeah, you said took a lot of money, and you don't usually see that, right? With a horse that, goes out and is off at 18 to 1, 13 to 1. But again, that was at Mohawk Park. A lot of people gravitate towards that change in surface, right? Big track to small track. The times always look really appealing, and that was the case with Whole Lot of Luck there. But I do think that she's got a pretty good engine in her own right. And I looked at this race, and I was kind of in a toss up for who I'm going to go to for second. I couldn't go against Jules Diamond Eyes. She's been good to us, and again, she's been doing it so easy. But I was in a toss up for second between Whole Lot of Luck and Sweden Lou, and it came down to the fact that you know Sweden Lou already has a win over this service. Whole Lot of Luck doesn't, but that win at Flamborough was impressive, and I could see her making a stiff challenge here for second, maybe even the win end if she ever gets the right kind of trip.
You know what's interesting here is for Ultimate Twix. Two starts ago, second to Jules Diamond Eyes by a length and a half. Did finish second last time out, but had a lot more work to do from an outside post. Ultimate Twix, 24 to 1. Might be worth a shot.
Yeah, and you get Colin Kelly aboard too, right? Who's battling it out for that driver's title, and you're getting him aboard for the first time. And the thing is that Ultimate Twix has taken a lot of money early in the betting cycle in each of those last two efforts, and went off at 5 to 1, two back, 6 to 1 last time. We ever talk about taking back value? Well, here's your chance. A couple of second place finishes, hasn't done much wrong, and now you're getting a supersized number of over 20 to 1. So, yeah, you can convince me to put a few bucks to win an Ultimate Twix to win here, and she'd be a tremendous bust out, obviously, in the pick five and the pick four.
Well, I couldn't take her on top because Twix are for kids. Maybe you could because to me you're a kid. And look, if it was Ultimate Cheerios, then I'd be all in.
We're talking. See, I thought about Twix chocolate bars, but yeah, Twix cereal. They're for kids. I like both though, Gary. I like both Twix chocolate bars and Twix cereal.
See, I got that wrong. I thought it was Twix because I don't eat it, so I don't even remember what the name of it was. So the Twix chocolate bar, I guess, is what I was thinking of. I would have gone for a Twix chocolate bar. Sweeter than Lou, Jules Diamond Eyes, and Whole Lot of Luck on the inside. In the center, Ultimate Twix and Stay True. To the outside, All She Can, Danica Sealster and Tierra Dancer in the second year. Here's the thing. It's a field of 9. Race number 2, here they come. Field for the second. At the start, Ultimate Twix leaving out well. And also getting out is Stay True, and down to the inside, Jules Diamond Eyes with Sweeter Than Lou. Jules Diamond Eyes will establish the lead. Ultimate Twix is still working on the outside, though. Sweeter Than Lou is on the inside third. Tierra Dancer, here's the thing. Whole Lot of Luck. Then Stay True, All She Can, and Danica Sealster. Jules Diamond Eyes is not going to give up the lead, so Ultimate Twix now will have to take the pocket position and is in it. And then racing position third is Sweeter Than Lou. Here's the thing, it's fourth away. Then Tierra Dancer and Whole Lot of Luck and Stay True. All She Can to the outside and Danica Sealster. It's Jules Diamond Eyes who's even money on the board and leads as they race off the turn. Ultimate Twix at 25 to 1 leads his trail in the pocket position as they come up to the half, and then third is Sweeter Than Lou. Here's the thing on the inside. There goes Whole Lot of Luck now up and moving, and then it is back to Tierra Dancer. All She Can's on the outside seventh. Stay True is eighth, and back trailing the field, Danica Sealster. Jules Diamond Eyes has the lead. Ultimate Twix is still in the pocket. Sweeter Than Lou is going to come to the outside now, and then Whole Lot of Luck. Jules Diamond Eyes with no urging right now. Leads at a length and 3/4. Ultimate Twix, Sweeter Than Lou. Gets a little closer, and Whole Lot of Luck is out 3 wide. Down to the inside is Here's the Thing. And then All She Can. Jules Diamond Eyes takes the field onto the final turn. 3/4, 127. And Jules Diamond Eyes is now stretching that lead out. It's about 2.5. Ultimate Twix, and then Sweeter Than Lou. And Here's the Thing on the inside. Jules Diamond Eyes is now pouring it on as they come on down the stretch drive. Jules Diamond Eyes does it all on her own. No urging required to win it going away. Then Sweeter Than Lou. Then it was Here's the Thing and All She Can. 156 and 3. Jules Diamond Eyes lowers last week's mark by almost 2 full seconds. And, well, Rob, I don't think we know where the top is with Jules Diamond Eyes.
No, we don't. And you said it. She's been on fire. And this one here, I mean, you could see right from the get-go, Gerald Thiessen was not letting Colin Kelly go. And again, you're the even money favorite on the board. You've got this kind of horsepower in front of you. You don't even want to kind of toy around with the idea of give and go there, right? He just said, listen, get in the pocket behind me. And she's just absolutely tons the best again. I mean, like you said, she lowers her lifetime mark by nearly 2 seconds, and she's just kind of under a buggy ride here to Daryl Thiessen, a really nice filly who has, obviously come into her own after her first 2 lifetime starts. She's now won 4 in a row. She completes the Grand Slam, and she's been winning by margin and doing it ridiculously easy. And wow, speaking of beautiful sights, look at that shot of the Allura Sky, Gary.
Absolutely. And Lori LePage has also had herself a fine year here at Grand River.
Yeah, that's actually a big win too for Lori LePage because she was 2 wins behind Brett Lester. Now she's just 1 win behind Brett Lester. So, we've got action heating up in both the driver and training standings, and I love that. I think it adds a further dynamic to the races, especially with just 2 cards left. And great racing ahead of us on those cards. So, we kind of made a strong case for Sweeter Than Lou. It's okay to be second, but not the same time zone as Jules Diamond Eyes.
And then some longer ones at least to help because those are the top 2. The 2 and the 1. 40 to 1, Here's the Thing, and 25 to 1, All She Can.
Yeah, and here's the thing, we always talk about that saying, right? The trailing post has not had the success it's had in previous seasons, but if you like the one, you got to like the 9 in this case, especially if you like the 2 horses on the inside of the gate, then you can really, utilize that 9 underneath. I didn't do it, but hopefully someone did because 40 to 1, that should help the exotics pay.
It's a 2-1-9-6 top 4. Back in front of us is number 2, Jules Diamond Eyes, a 2-year-old better than Cheddar Bay filly, owned by Rebecca Williamson, trained by Lori LePage. Daryl Thiessen, the winning drive to Daryl. It's the 4th win in a row For Jules Diamond Eyes, fourth lifetime, 156 and 3. The second race payouts to Jules Diamond Eyes for 32.80 and 230. One Sweeter Than Lou to 90,280. 9 Here's the Thing, 880. $2 exactor is 17.10. Dollar try, 72.35. Dollar super, 572.35. Note the double of 4 and 2, $60.30. The second race, or finish from the top, is at 215-684-793. That's 215-684-793 on the bottom. The field for the third on Parade 1, Silverback Jack, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester, and Marissa Wilson. Number 2 is Prince Adaran, Scotty Quilliver, Tom Janot, and Barbara Bryan. Number 3 is Malvolio, Travis Henry for Patrick Bissett and Tanya Lawson. Number 4 is Dragonfly Creek, Jonathan Lapointe for Stephanie Lapointe. And 5, thank you very much, Brett McDonough for Francis Gilmet. And number 6, Delightful Feeling, Damian McClellan for Kyle Boston and Stephen Colvin. Field of 6, race number 3. Let's get a look at one Silverback Jack. And, well, Rob, back towards the end of August, I don't think we could have imagined Silverback Jack being 1-5 on the board, but it kind of came alive. August the 28th popped up here with a big start, and since then has a third, and then that win Friday night here.
Yeah, Friday night he was electric, really. I mean, he kind of came first over in there, and when he made the lead, he was gone. He got hammered down to 6-5 on that occasion, and I thought it was a decent enough field that he was going up against. Got away third off the gate in that one from the pole position. Similar trip expected tonight, I would think. And look at this field here. I mean, it's not really that much tougher. I mean, the horse that I guess I was intrigued by would be one like Malvolio, but he's off a bit of time after a scratch. And I think he really holds all the cards here, Silverback Jack. And you've got Brett Lester, who might be able to take a win right back from Laurie LePage, who gets within a win of him for that trainer's title. And again, he was just too good for me on Friday night to go against here. Now it is short rest, right? Just 2 days rest, but that might even play into his favor, right? You get a big win, and you come right back against similar foes. Probably return trip to the winner's circle, in my opinion, and it would be good for me because singles in both the pick 5 and pick 4.
I don't know what to make of Malvolio, a little bit off form, but also drops in class, and I've seen some good things from him, but he hasn't really been able to string it together for a while.
No, but I think you hit the nail on the head. These are probably his people, right? Like this is probably the class you want to bet him in. And each of his last two, I mean, you can certainly maybe hold the post accountable as well because 8 hole at Hiawatha is not an easy spot to start from. He got away ninth off the gate in a race that really he had to face off against some pretty tough horses. And then at Clinton, he had the trailing post in against a solid group as well. So last time he raced at this level, he was parked first over a long way before fading back to fifth. But we're not too far removed from that victory he had, where he really had to work hard in the end of his mile to hold off F. Patrick. So I thought Malvolio is kind of the interesting one in here, and where we were playing against him as a short priced horse in those efforts back then, he's now the value at 9-1.
A new handicapping phrase. He's in with his peeps, Malvolio. How about number 5? Thank you very much. This is one that's been racing with this same level. He's been with his peeps and finished third last time out from the trailer post.
Yeah, and he's a horse that, to me, like whenever I think about this horse without looking at his, recent form or looking at the program, he's one that kind of, comes from, off the pace or just off the pace. Now he got away fourth last time from the trailing post, so that actually was pretty good for him in the early stages there, and he's been able to get away in good spots from that, second tier position in 2 of his last 3. Ended up finishing third to HF Patrick. I mean, I thought it was a decent enough effort, but he's still a horse to me that kind of, he lacks that tactical speed. You'll likely hear more from him in the middle to late stages of the race, and by that point in time, Silverback Jack might be gone on them if he does what he did last time. So I thought more than likely he's a good play, maybe in the bottom end of the exacta or try. But I just had a hard time getting to him on the business end of this, and 5-1's not a bad price, all things considered. But 2 for 25 in the season, but he does have those 8 on the board finishes.
And number 6, Delightful Feeling, is one that has often faced a bit tougher, but his overall record leaves a lot to be desired.
It does. 1 for 17, just 2 top 2 finishes. Yeah, he has been facing tougher rivals as of late in Mohawk Park. He's going to likely get to appreciate getting to face softer company. Obviously, something went awry on September 11th. He has since qualified successfully, uttermost post in the contest. I'm thinking he's likely going to have some work to do in the late stages unless he goes forward off the gate, which I'm not sure how that bodes well for him. So, smaller share for me, but one I'm going to keep a keen eye on for next time.
Taking up their positions, a field of six. Silverback Jack is 2 to 5 on the board with Prince Adaram. In the center, Malvolio and Dragonfly Creek. And to the outside, thank you very much and delightful feeling. It's a field of six for race number 3. Field for the third. Into the stretch, here they come. And Prince Adaran and Malvolio. Dragonfly Creek on the inside. Silverback Jack. Delightful feeling, and thank you very much, is trailing the field. Right now, Malvolio is able to grab the early lead. Malvolio, Dragonfly Creek on the outside, getting some urging to press on. Prince Adaran's on the inside. And Silverback Jack is back of the top 3 and is currently racing about 4 lengths off the lead of Malvolio. And then it is delightful feeling, and thank you very much. And Dragonfly Creek now trying to come on and grab the lead. And it is Dragonfly Creek who's taken the front. Malvolio is racing second. Prince Adaran is third. Silverback Jack is racing position to fourth and is angling towards the outside. Then it is delightful feeling, and thank you very much. They race off the turn. Dragonfly Creek and Jonathan Lapointe has the lead. Advantage 2.5 lengths over Malvolio. Then about 3 lengths back. And moving up on the outside now, Silverback Jack has taken over third and is bearing down on the leader, Dragonfly Creek, but has work to do. Prince Adaran on the inside. Then Delightful Feeling, and thank you very much. Dragonfly Creek at 19-1, but Silverback Jack is getting a little bit closer. Silverback Jack looking to dial in Dragonfly Creek. And it is Silverback Jack now who's come on and is able to easily grab the lead and roll by Dragonfly Creek with no resistance. Prince Adaran is third. Malvolio weakens on the inside. Then thank you very much and delightful feeling. And Silverback Jack racing to the top of the stretch. Leads it by about 5 lengths, Dragonfly Creek and Prince Adaram and Malvolio. On down the stretch round they come, and Silverback Jack is just pouring it on for emphasis now and has got this one put away. Silverback Jack then staying for second, Dragonfly Creek up the inside with a push was delightful feeling. And then Malvolio 154 and 4. Silverback Jack comes back on 3 days rest, or 2 days actually in between, racing Friday night, and goes even faster, Rob.
Yeah, he sure did, and a horse that we kind of noted, right? Like he kind of raised his game in recent outings. I guess you'd say since that victory August 28th, but he took it to a whole new level, Gary, on Friday night. I mean, it was one of those efforts that really caught your eye. And sometimes, when you get a horse coming back on short rest, the line doesn't show up in the program. You get a little bit of value, but there was certainly no secret that how dominant he was on that occasion, and then coming right back against similar people. We said back, well, I guess he's back with his peeps as well, and he goes out and absolutely crushes them again. I mean, when I was the favorite Friday night, goes off at an even shorter price tonight, and when he pulled to the outside, there really was no doubt. I mean, you could just see the momentum that he had, just all kinds of pace right to the wire, and what's even more interesting about this, right, is Colin Kelly now gets the 41 victories, opens up a 2-win lead over Jay Harris, and now Brett Lester opens up that margin right back. So Laurie LePage got one on him last race. He takes it right back the very next dash. So very neat to see that happening.
Well, Silverback Jack, August the 27th, had 0 wins on his card. Well, now he's got 3. And Silverback Jack is looking to pour it on at the end of the 2023 racing calendar for Brett Lester. And Dragonfly Creek stuck for second. I thought I was surprised at just how aggressive he was driven, but it was a good outing to stick around.
It was, yeah, a horse that I've kind of liked in the past. He recent form certainly didn't show too much, but I guess just getting put into the race, right, made the horse kind of get his competitive juices flowing, and ended up running out the exact at a good price.
Back in front of us is one Silverback Jack. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. 4-year-old Better Than Shedder, Gray Gelding. Oh, by Marissa Wilson of Elmira. Brett Lester is the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. It's the third win this year, and fourth lifetime for Silverback Jack, 154 and 4, a new career best. The third race payouts one Silverback Jack, 250, 210, 230, four Dragonfly Creek, 1120, and 1120, and six Delightful Feeling, 460. $2 exactor is 74.80. Dollar try, 115.40. Dollar super, 872.90. The third race, order of finish from the top is a 154263. That's 154263 on the bottom. The field for the fourth on parade. 1, Tamara Hanover, Daryl Cheeson for Melissa Lamoureux. Number 2 is Easy Breezy Beautiful, Paul McKenzie for Phil Coleman. And 3 is Large on Lightspeed, Colin Kelly for Larry Lane. 4 is Ardine's Moment, Tom Smith for Jane Walker and John Lako. Number 5, Kalita Diamond, Natasha Day for Gary Mahan and Kimberly Mahan and Kenton McKean. Number 6, Wasaga, Austin Sorry for Les Posen. And number 7, Beauty Bling, Scott Quiller for Brian Daly and Doug Hastings. Number 8 is Fashion Forward, Anthony Hahn from Egg Crone and Hot Racing. And number 9 is Rose Run Yvette, Brett McDonough for Gerald Lilly. Field of 9 for race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, we both went with 9 Rose Run Yvette. It's a 3-year-old filly from the trailer post. But one of the things we got to like is there's gate speed in front of her and one that's likely to be put into play.
Yeah, and she's a horse too that has that tactical speed working for her as well. So even more important that she's got a speedster right in front of her, and even I like it better too, Gary, when you've got like not just speed right in front of her with post one, all the inside horses in this race have some early foot to work with here. And when I look at the race further too, you see okay the last two efforts were both or last three efforts are all at Mohawk Park. Big win there. Two starts back, 54-2 was the time of the mile. And before that, she finished third, getting on that bigger surface. So she got beaten her latest here. That was a pretty good effort in a race where Geminar would not go away before finally getting past her. And what I like too is Brett McDonald. We saw him on Friday night from the trailing post, putting horses right nose to helmet. So I'm hoping we see that again tonight. And thinking this 3-year-old filly is the value at the bigger price over the rookie, who I thought was incredible last time out, though.
I was remembering that race when I was looking here at Brett McDonough from the trailer post and thinking, okay, maybe he'll do it again here. Look, 1 Tamara Hanover. There's a lot of credentials on this one and getting heavily bet, though, 2-year-old.
Yeah, 2-year-old against older horses again. Now, she beat them last time. And, I guess you'd say we could say it was maybe a similar group because there's some horses coming up in class with her. But this is tougher tonight, right? And Rose Run Yvette, our top choice. I mean, she's got 500 board finishes in 6 tries, a couple of victories. Tamara Hanover, though, I mean, what's impressive about her is she wins an OSS grassroots affair at first asking at Dresden. She came back with a nice effort to be fourth at Mohawk Park against grassroots starters. Then she missed, over a month, comes back right here at the river and just crushes her rivals at 65 cents to the dollar. So you look at it and say, okay, well, she does have those credentials just to go out there and win again today. But again, it is a tougher spot, older horses. But I guess the one thing going in her favor is getting back in a regular rotation. If she does that off a month with a start under her belt, who knows how good she's going to be. So I don't think you can leave her off the top end of your tickets here. And maybe it comes down to these two favorites that are sitting right now at 6-5 and 9-5.
And also talk about credentials. Well, Melissa Lamoureux has credentials as well and is winning at a nice clip this year. Kalina Diamond is one that overall has been pretty nice all year.
Yeah, she has, and she had a nice win over this surface earlier in the season. And for me, why is she on my multi-leg tickets? It comes down to just her consistency, right? She's hit the board in 7 of 11. Now, lately, we haven't seen that that same kind of results for her. She's been no better than fourth in her last three. But in her latest, I thought that obviously she got bothered a bit in the early going on that mile. She still finished up decently enough to finish fourth in there, and I just think that from post five tonight we might see her maybe throw her hat into the ring, and if she ever wins, then the multi-leg wagers can pay a little better as well, right? Because she's going to be used a lot less than both the two favorites in here.
And then number 8, Fashion Forward, might be the best one in here, but post 8's a big neutralizing factor.
It is, and that's why she's that price right now. Now on the pace, we've seen Post 8 win at like a 5% clip this year, so it's not like other years, right, where we see it kind of coming at 1 or 2%. The trot, different story. No winners from the trot from Post 8 this season, but Fashion Forward to me, she gets left off my multi-leg ticket solely because of the post position. If she drew a better post, she might have been picked on top.
Well, the field for race number 4 taking up their positions. It's Tamara Hanover, easy breezy, beautiful. Larjon, light speed on the inside. In the center, Ardine's Moment, Kalina Diamond. To the outside was Sega, Beauty, Bling, and Fashion Forward. And the second tier, Rose Run Yvette. It's a field of 9 for race number 4, and it is post time. Here they come. And the field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough. Tamara Hanover from the inside. Fashion Forward from the outside. Easy breezy, beautiful, large on Lightspeed and Kalina Diamond, but they press on around the turn. Tamara Hanover got a little bit rough going around that first turn, and now Easy Breezy Beautiful is going to drive up and take the lead from Tamara Hanover. Large on Lightspeed is third, and Rose Run Yvette is on the inside fourth now. Easy Breezy Beautiful races on around to the opening quarter and is at 70 to 1, going to clear to the front. Tamara Hanover is second. Larjon Lightspeed third, Rose Run Yvette is fourth, then Fashion Forward outside fifth, and Ardine's Moment. Then it is back to Kalina Diamond with Sega and Beauty Bling. Easy Breezy Beautiful at 17 to 1 is breezing along on the lead with Tamara Hanover in the pocket as they work their way up towards us, and Larjon Lightspeed advancing, and Fashion Forward is well situated second over but hasn't seen the inside. Rose Run Yvette is saving ground on the inside around the turn and then works in front of Ardine's Moment. Then it's Kalina Diamond with Sega and Beauty Bling. Easy breezy, beautiful. There goes Fashion Forward now 3 wide, and Fashion Forward is coming quickly forward. Popping out of the pocket goes Tamara Hanover. Easy breezy, beautiful Tamara Hanover. Fashion Forward scooting up the inside. Rose Run Yvette. It is easy breezy, beautiful Tamara Hanover. Rose Run Yvette is third. Fashion Forward is racing fourth, and Ardine's Moment, and then was Sega. It is still the long shot, easy, breezy, beautiful at 70 to 1 with the lead as they race their way towards the top of the stretch. And Tamara Hanover is second, trying to take dead aim on easy, breezy, beautiful. Rose Run Yvette is racing third and looking to plow up the inside now as they come to the finish. Tamara Hanover and then Rose Run Yvette. Tamara Hanover on the outside. Rose Run Yvette. Tamara Hanover wins it. Rose Run Yvette was second, close for third. 1:57 and 2. Race number 4, an interesting dash, Rob.
Yeah, stole the words right out of my mouth. Interesting is certainly a way to put it because you said it right. Those couple of bobbles there from Tamara Hanover in the early stages ends up kind of having to release Easy Breezy Beautiful to the lead at 77 to 1. And that one kind of chops it out for a long way. And then Fashion Forward kind of used pretty hard in the early stages, started making a move on the outside. Knew she had to kind of be gassed though after being used so hard off the switch. Tamara Hanover then moves to the outside. Looks like she might not get past this, this kind of pesky pace setter at long price. Eventually does. I thought Rose Run Yvette might just scoot up the passing lane for the victory, but Tamara Hanover was just too much pony. So kind of an interesting journey for that 2 to 5 favorite, but she gets home.
And, well, it was interesting, too, that action on the first turn, Tamara Hanover to kind of, made a little bobble there on the turn, and then Rose Run Yvette. Brett McDonald kind of took a bit of a hold there just to see how things were going to go. Back in front of us is One Tamara Hanover, 2-year-old Artspeak Bay filly, owned by a numbered company from Ottawa. Melissa Lamoureux, the trainer. Daryl Cheeson, the winning driver. It's the third win in 4 starts for Tamara Hanover, 157-2. Fans note the inquiry sign is going up pertaining to racing action on the first turn, pertaining to 1 Tamara Hanover and 9 Rosaron Yvette. Fans note the judges ruling that there were no violations of the racing rules while pertaining to action on the first turn. The inquiry sign will go down. The fourth race payouts 1 Tamara Hanover, 290, 230, and 240. 9 Rose Run Yvette, $3, 260, and 2 Easy Breezy Beautiful, 610. $2 exact rate, $30. Try, 53.40. Dollar Super, 206.20. On post grade 1, Brian Sealster, Travis Henry for John Kennedy. Number 2, Let's Go Jude, Terry Fritz for Rick Ryer. And number 3, Woodmere Denver, Colin Kelly for Randy Henry. And 4 is Woodmere Gaelic, Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and Antonio DeMario and Antonio Bellafiore. Number 5 is 3 Somewhere, Brett McDonough for Richard Merle and Norman Beausoleil. Number 6, Feisty Like Fire, Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 7, Drinking Buddy, Scott Culver, Heather Pickett, and Rick Pickett. 8 is Silver Sea, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Jennifer Leaning. And 9 is Fiscal Policy. Mike Horner drives and trains and owns Field of 9 for race number 5, the Halton 6 Christian Horizons Group. And let's get a look at this field. And Rob, I mocked you earlier for taking 2/3 of the field in your pick 5, but well, now you get to be alive with 6 horses.
Yeah, it's a good feeling, I guess. Especially, we've been kind of chalky, right? In the middle legs, we started off our bookend, our opening bookend winner was a nice price. Now, hopefully, we'll get one here in the final leg. Obviously, it's got to be one of our 6 that we have here to the 9. Lowest one of those that we're alive to is obviously the 5-3 somewhere, $46 for 20 cents. The 2 Let's Go Jude to be nice, so almost $438 for 20 cents. So that would certainly help the old ROI. But yeah, when you get to this point and you didn't spend too much money, it's nice to have a pile of them alive.
And number 3, Woodmere Denver. Your top one is 4-1. Now gets a better post position. And the last race at Hanover, that was decent.
I thought it was pretty decent, yeah. And against Mr. Rebel, he ends up finishing second to that one. Post 7 gets away third, then did a lot of work, road work on the outside, first over. Gets beat by a horse who's a pretty decent, open claiming type, probably around the eight or $9,000 claiming level. And you see who's third in there, Carson Shadow. So I mean, you look at this field now, condition claimers, much better post to work from, even in his last 4, 7-hole, 6-hole trailing post, and the 8-hole here. Got to think that he's going to be handled aggressively tonight from a much better starting spot. I knew you wouldn't get that 12-1 morning line. I said that when I broke down my pick 5 and pick 4, but 6-1 on the board right now, and not a bad payout in that early pick 5.
Number 9, Fiscal Policy, is one that you used as second and is 10-1 right now. And, well, you do see a couple of good lines at Sarnia and Clinton, but since then, hasn't been that big a factor at Flamborough.
No, but I mean, it's not winners of 3, right? Like that's open non-winners of 3. This here is a condition claimer 15,000 for non-winners of 30,000 life. So now you're basically throwing the price tag on and racing for the same kind of conditions, but obviously getting against much softer. I mean, Brookdale Seb winner last time. Come on, Artie. I would take Cranky's Boy against this group. I mean, there's a lot of horses that I'd probably lean in their direction against this group. And last time he raced in this class, he had post 7 to work from, was never able to really get into the race. So I just thought that, if he ever drew a better post, nose on gate, he might be the favorite in here. 9-1 seems like a big number. Now 10-1. It's a big price on him. And another one that would really help the return in the pick 5.
Let's Go Jude could be interesting here. Terry Fritz, the Fritzes have done a lot of winning over the years, and this is one that hasn't won this year, but has had 4 runner-up finishes.
Yeah, I thought this horse has raced pretty good in a lot of the efforts I've seen him at Hanover. 5 on the board finishes, like you noted. 4 of them were runner-up finishes in 10 tries. Has got shut out in the win column, but last season 5 top 2 finishes in 9 tries, and I just thought that you know condition claiming race. And I love horses that move to the condition claiming race for the first time. Inside post to work from. He's got tactical speed. He's just the right kind of trip. He can be right there with those. And 18-1 seems like a monstrous price on the board. I kind of went against 3 somewhere in here, knowing he'd get hammered off the board again, and is not so sure it works out tonight unless he gets a softer trip.
Yeah, and then also fill me in. You just filled me in with 3 somewhere. What about Feisty Like Fire?
Feisty Like Fire won a big trip last time, right? And Brett Lester's horse has been racing lights out. First over a long way, went past three somewhere. To me, the odds board discrepancy should not be there right now. 4-5 versus 4-1. There's no doubt who raced better last time. It was Feisty Like Fire.
Well, I have three somewhere, but I got to tell you, with your Big Five ticket alive, and I won't say this too loud, but I'm cheering for you. It's Brian Sealster, Let's Go Jewett, and Woodmere Denver on the inside. On the center, Woodmere Gaelic and three somewhere. To the outside, Feisty Like Fire, Drinking Buddy, and Silver Sea. In the second tier, Fiscal Policy. It's a field of nine for race number 5. Here they come. They're at the start of the rough, and it is Let's Go Jude and Woodmere Denver. Brian Sealster on the inside, Woodmere Gaelic in three somewhere, and then Fiscal Policy from the second tier. But Let's Go Jude did go early and has got the lead. Woodmere Denver to the outside is pressing on. Woodmere Denver is going to drive up and get the lead. Let's Go Jude is second, then Brian Sealster, Woodmere Gaelic, and then it is back to three somewhere. Fiscal Policy. Then we've got Feisty Like Fire, Drinking Buddy, and Silver Sea is seen trailing the field. Woodmere Denver 5-2 on the board has the lead over Let's Go Jude at 25-1, and now Woodmere Gaelic starts to move to the outside. Brian Sealster is racing fourth and three somewhere. Quickly pops to the outside and gets up into the action. Then a gap of three to Fiscal Policy, trailing three, Feisty Like Fire, Drinking Buddy, and Silver Sea. And they race off the turn, and it is Woodmere Denver, but coming to call is Woodmere Gaelic. It's a Woodmere top two right now at the half, and they're striding together. Halftime 58 seconds, and then on the outside third is three somewhere. Let's Go Jude is getting a nice trip on the back of Woodmere Denver, and racing fifth is Brian Sealster. Then it's a gap of a couple. Feisty Like Fire, Fiscal Policy, Drinking Buddy, and Silver Sea. And on down the backstretch for Woodmere Denver. Woodmere Gaelic on the outside is a little bit closer. It's Woodmere Denver and Woodmere Gaelic. And now there goes three somewhere and is out in the three wide path and coming on. Then Let's Go Jude and Brian Sealster follow three somewhere. They race by three quarters, 126 and 2, and it is still Woodmere Denver, but three somewhere is getting close. Center of the track is Woodmere Gaelic. Woodmere Gaelic hasn't gone away, and out wide is Brian Sealster, and now Let's Go Jude is looking to go up the inside as they come to the finish, and out wide is charging is Brian Sealster as they come to the finish. It is close. It'll be a tight one at the finish. Mile of 156 and 4, Rob.
Yeah, that was another one of those interesting races. I thought, I mean, I don't know who you think won it. I thought Brian Sealster was going to get there. Not sure if he did. But yeah, it was pretty wild, right? Because the two horses that I actually really liked for value, even though Woodmere Denver went down to 5-2, they busted out of there and sat first and second. Woodmere Gaelic kind of lived on the outside, Gary. Did not go away. I didn't have that one in the pick five and was worried for for quite a bit there because he just would not go away in the first over position. He turned in a big mile there.
Yeah, and it looks like Brian Sealster got by, or at least we're going to see the slow motion here coming. And, I kind of messed up. So when I'm watching, I was watching off TV, and then I usually stand up just before they come to the finish. I stood up closer to the finish, and I forgot that there's about a second and a half difference between what I'm seeing on TV and live. So when I stood up and looked at the wire, they were already past the wire.
Oh wow, yeah, no, it was pretty close, and I mean, I would say that the horse that raced probably most impressively, you'd have to give credit to Woodmere Gaelic there because he again he lived kind of first over on the outside there. I certainly didn't see that effort coming from him, but yeah, he's one to watch for next time because he did all the road work and he would have. See, I thought he'd be one you were cheering for, right? But it was so sweet of you to say that you were cheering for me tonight. You wouldn't say it too loudly, but Woodmere Gaelic actually would have busted my ticket up having 2/3 of the field.
I was kind of internally laughing to myself because Woodmere Gaelic just wouldn't go away, and I thought, oh my, Rob's just suffering with Woodmere Gaelic.
Oh yeah, no, it would. Yeah, it would have certainly had me talking to myself, no doubt about it. Not a bad payout though. Bryant Sealster, $113.48 for a 20-cent ticket, and this high five. We always talk about inside numbers. Well, there's some good value on the top end of this and the bottom end, and it's the inside five numbers in the dash.
And Brian Sealster is a horse that's been close. 11 runner-up finishes this year and only one win, but now that's two.
Yeah, absolutely. No, good effort for him tonight and getting up there in the final strides for yours truly.
Well, I was cheering for you, but as you said, not too loudly. Back in front of us is one Brian Sealster, 3-year-old sports rider bay, owned and trained by John Kennedy. Travis Henry, the winning driver, second win this year, third lifetime. Brian Sealster, 156 and 4. The fifth race payouts one. Bryant Sealster $17, 710 and 384. Widmer Gaelic 1220 and 670 and 5-3 somewhere $3. $2 exactor $175 dollar try 384.10. Dollar pick three 21.50. Dollar win for 44.05. Dollar pick five 567.40. And a 20-cent high five 804.10. The fifth race, order of finish from the top 154 237 That's 154 237
All right, 5 races in the books, and lucky enough to get a winning pick five ticket down. That's always nice, isn't it? It's $113.48 for our early pick five ticket. Hopefully, you played along with it. But now it's time for the late pick five, starting right here in race six. Low takeout is always just 15%. And this is a sequence where, once again, we're going to have a couple of singles in it and a couple of fours this time, starting right here. Opening like the four Southwind Stratus was one that I was going to give a whirl as the lone horse that I'm using. I thought the last time she raced okay to be fourth in a race that was won by Bet I'm Shady. Got hammered down to even money in that lifetime debut. I thought it was handled a little bit conservatively, ended up finishing again a decent fourth, and I thought maybe we'd see her raise her game tonight here. But 10-1 on the board. Wow, that's a big price on the four Southwind Stratus. Race 6, 2, 3, and 4 for yours truly. They're all horses that are shipping in from other venues, but they've been racing in open claiming ranks. I will typically always side with open claiming rank horses when they meet up against horses that have been racing in condition claiming ranks, which is for much of that field. So I do like 2, 3, and 4 in race number 7. Race 8, the 1, 2, and 3. Do like the 3 Chaka, the best in there, off a nice win at Flambeau Down September the 16th. But I think you also want to have Queen of Soul getting major post relief and the 2 Pink Monster. That's the 1 Queen of Soul and the 2 Pink Monster as well. Race 4, I am not going against the 4 Ideal Perception. He loves it here at the River. He was second two back when he got back to this venue, and that was against Desperate Man in a track record-setting victory and a preferred 2. Now he's back in the top condition class for Pacers, and I think he goes out and gets the job done once again, racks up another victory here at the River. He loves the surface here. We always see him do good things at this level as well. So singling him in race number 9, 1, 3, 4, and 5 for me in the money leg in race number 10 tonight, which is not our final race. We have 11 dashes on the card, but 1, 3, 4, and 5 for me in that one. Just $7.20 is the cost of that pick five ticket you see on the screen right now. But you've got a couple of minutes to map out your winning wagers for this late pick five. Again, the takeout's always a low 15%. We'll come back just a minute or two to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the 6th on parade. There is number 2, Perfect Juno, Scott Quilliver, Ken Skinner, and Bernard Murphy. Number 3 is Sprightly Hanover, Terry Fritz for Rick Ryer and David Wilson. And for his Southwind Stratus, Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew and Murray McDonald. 5 Treasures watching, Paul McKenzie for Eric Wilson and Don Lesheed. 1 Starsy, Daryl Thiessen for William McClure. Number 6 Sky Velocity, Todd Ratchford for Gary McDonald. Number 7 Tellin' White Lies, Brett McDonough for Nelson White and Lisa Lehman. 8 is Cool and Fast, Jason Ryan for Jim Ellis and Mike Arndt. It's a Field of 8, race number 6. We get 2 and 3-year-old fillies. Maidens going to post shortly. Well, let's get a look at this field. And right now, number 4, Southwind Sirius. Austin Sorry and Rachel Andrew. We saw one earlier in the card come out and race pretty well, although it did tire a little bit in the late going. And this is one that had a start 7 days ago, so maybe could be even more there at the finish. And of course, you're counting on being all the way there at the finish on top 9-2.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, and obviously opened off at an astronomical price, Gary, and I didn't really understand it because I thought that Southwind Strata should take support in here. Was hammered down If you remember, when she raced 1 week ago, first start of her career, and she was hammered down in the early going. She took betting throughout the sequence. She went off at even money. She ended up getting away third off the gate. She stayed put in the pylons in a race that was won by Bet I'm Shady. Pink G was second in that contest. Starzy, who's in this race today with her, finished one better than her in third, but I thought it was a decent effort. She tried to come out the passing lane late to improve her position. She wasn't able to, but now with that start under her belt, I think she should be all that much better for it. And the price kind of keeps on getting lower the closer we get to post time. I thought she'd be the favorite in here. I really did after the support she took last time out, and I think she has every right to take a pretty big step forward for Rachel Andrews. So we'll see how it all plays out here, but I think she's value right now at 4-1.
There's number 1, Starzy, and Daryl Thiessen, who's been on a little bit of a roll of late. And this is one that's hit the ticket in 3 of 5. Good last start here.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, she's had a 2-hole trip. Um, Ended up losing a position in the stretch, but did hold off the horse that I like on top today. So that's obviously a positive. Rail Control tonight, I mean, kind of fits the bill of one that you kind of mentioned earlier, right? That's had quite a few opportunities to get to the winner's circle, but 3 of those starts were in the Prospect Series, right? So facing off against some difficult rivals in there, Scrappy, Love on Me, and then even Distant Lovers. So thinking this one should have a big chance tonight. Another one that I thought would take more support on the odds board that just isn't right now. Southwind Stratus and Starzy coming out of the same race last time, both going off at 9-2 right now.
Both of those are 2-year-olds, and number 5, Treasures Watching, a 3-year-old. But, I took this one on top, and I'm surprised that I did because usually ones like this, they get on my list. 0 for 23 in the win column.
Yeah, over 23 in the win column, but has faced off against some, quality horses along the way. Raced good enough to make the final of the Kin Pace at Clinton, and she had a couple decent starts in the Prospect Series as well. Even tried her luck against the OSS Grassroots horses. Good measuring stick last time. Tamara Hanover, now that is a rookie pacer she went up against, but we saw that one already come back with a victory tonight. So that's a good form reference, and 2 back second to DA Cinnamon Crunch. So for me, I just think it's an over bet right now at 2-1. And again, a horse that is obviously hasn't been able to break through with that victory yet, but she's been close many times. If she wins tonight, would I be surprised? Absolutely not. But I do think there should be a correction on the tote board. We're seeing it right now with Starzy going down to favoritism and Treasure Watching moving up a couple of points.
And number 5, or number 2 rather, Perfect Juno is one that's been imperfect. You see a couple of X's on the dance card.
Yeah, last time, took a lot of money first lifetime start at Flamborough Downs, and it was one of those ones where Drinks in the Sand ended up being, the winner at a short price. But this one took a lot of support, and that's what kind of made me watch her pretty closely. Now, she made a break in the opening turn, so at that point, I mean, she had no chance. But you look a little bit deeper into it, and the qualifier was pretty good at Mohawk Park September the 1st. And now, if you were on her on that occasion, you're getting a big opportunity to take back some value at 8-1. So Perfect Juno, one of those, kind of like Cabana Nana in the opening race, one that might be worth a shot here at a value price of 8-1. And then speaking of Cabana Nana, you've got Jim Ellis with the 8 Cool and Fast. Took all kinds of support in the opening click of the betting. Was actually the odds-on favorite, Gary. So interesting to see how that one does tonight.
Yeah, and first-time starter, but lots of X's on the dance card there as well. I threw Sky Velocity on the bottom of my ticket. That last race in Hanover didn't work well from post 7 and an interference break, but the 2 previous lines were credible. It's a field of 8 for race number 6, taking up their positions. It's Starzy, Perfect Juno, and Sprightly Hanover on the inside. In the center, Southwind Stratus and Treasures Watching. To the outside, Sky Velocity, Telling White Lies, and Cool and Fast. It's a field of 8 for race number 6. Here they come. And the field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough. Southwind Stratus leaving with Treasures Watching. Starzy on the inside and Telling White Lies, but it is Starzy who has the early lead over Southwind Stratus, and then Perfect Juno and Starzy made a break. So it's Southwind Stratus who's got the front now. Perfect Juno is second. Treasures Watching third. Sky Velocity broke stride. Sprightly Hanover is fourth, and then Telling White Lies and Cool and Fast has passed a couple now after spotting the field a few lengths at the start. It is Southwind Stratus who is 5-2 on the board, and with the lead, Perfect Juno is racing second. Treasures Watching is forwardly placed third. Then Sprightly Hanover, Telling White Lies, and Cool and Fast, and then Sky Velocity and Starzy trailing 29-4 the opening quarter. Southwind Stratus and Austin Sorry leads as they come up to the half over Perfect Juno. Off at 29-4 opening quarter, they come up to the half. Treasures Watching is quickly moving on the outside, and Treasures Watching is going to try to clear before the turn. 1 minute 3/5 the halftime. 30-4 second panel. And it is Southwind Stratus and Treasures Watching. They're going at it into the backstretch, and Perfect Juno is racing third. Then Sprightly Hanover and Telling White Lies, and Treasures Watching on the outside now has stuck a nose in front and now leads it by about, well, just a nose, is fighting on the inside Southwind Stratus. It is Southwind Stratus and Treasures Watching. They're going at it, and they head by 3/4 in 1:30. Southwind Stratus game on the inside. Treasures Watching is grinding. And then third, Perfect Juno and Sprightly Hanover and Telling White Lies. Southwind Stratus for now has turned back. Treasures Watching and Perfect Juno's on the inside third. Southwind Stratus on down the stretch. They count Perfect Juno up the inside. Southwind Stratus, Treasures Watching. Southwind Stratus wins it. Treasures Watching, Perfect Juno, and Sprightly Hanover. 159-2. Southwind Stratus at a nice little 5-2 is a good pick for you, Rob.
Yeah, no, 5-2 is a monster price, Gary. I'll be honest. I expected Southwind Stratus to go off at a similar price to last time, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 6-5, maybe 8-5, because she disappointed. But that was a first lifetime start, and if you remember, we always after that race we kind of said, she's one to kind of watch for next time because she got away third off the gate, didn't come off the pylons. Obviously, the pace setter in that one ended up getting some pretty soft fractions, and she was kind of up against it to improve her position. She came up the inside late, and I thought was pretty decent in her debut, and handled up much more aggressively tonight. She benefited from Starzy making that miscue, because then it just kind of has her inheriting the lead, and she was able to now get those soft fractions, which aided her when Treasures Watching made that move to her. But the body language to me kind of said it all. Paul McKenzie was really busy first over. Austin Story was kind of sitting chilly. And then, of course, to the wire, she needed some urging to hold them off, but I thought she raced pretty well.
And we also always talk about watching the tote board, because even though we make our picks and I had Treasures Watching, I would not have had Treasures Watching at 4-5, not one that is 0 for 23 in the win column.
Yeah, no, and it's kind of even goes back to the opening dash of the night, right? Cabana Nana was one that had picked for fourth, but you almost have to go in that direction when you see the price being so big on the odds board, and in here, yeah, like I thought that we would see that tote board correction. We kind of saw it before the start, but then it came right back for Treasures Watching late, and she raced really well to be second. Don't get me wrong. The thing is, the price is a little bit short at 4-5. I thought that that really they should have been flipped in odds there, Southwind Stratus versus Treasures Watching. But Perfect Juno, one that kind of had my eye on for a piece of it at a price, ends up getting the show spot at 17-1.
One to watch for next time out, but it probably won't be 17-1, because we had the concern about breaks, but not a break there. Back in front of us is number 4, Southwind Stratus. 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Marie McDonald, trained by Rachel Andrew. Austin Sorry is the winning driver. Southwind Stratus victorious, 159-2. The sixth race payouts for Southwind Stratus 710, 330, 270. Five Treasures Watching 250, 270. Two Perfect Juno 320. $2 exactor 1810. Dollars Rise 7615. Dollar Super 60605. The sixth race, order of finish from the top down, is 834-12567. That's 834-12567 on the bottom. Field on parade for the seventh one Sunseeker, Jay Harrisford, Jim Stewart, and Gregory Mason. Number two is Township Willie, Travis Henry for John Kennedy. And number three, The Optimist, Austin Sorry for Randy Marriage. And number four, Music to My Gears, Pat Hudon for Gary Kingshot. And number six, Shadow Warrior, Nick Boyd for Mitchell Tierney and David Tierney. Number seven, Better Than Cash, Samuel Fillion for Gerard Demers and Gary Bickford and Dwayne Soulaire. Note that five is Shadow of Lindy, Anthony Hahn for Ted Knight and Inglewood Stables. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we'll start with number four, Music to My Gears, and, well, everybody's pal, Patrick Hudon for Gary Kingshot, and one that comes in with two wins and a second in the past three, so it's been kind of rolling of late.
Yeah, it's been racing really well, Gary, and you look really even further back. I mean, last six starts, five top two finishes, and really impressive winner last time out, an open $7,000 claimer at Hanover Raceway, and has shown speed off the switch. Typically, that early foot lends itself to a favorable journey, and I think that's what we're going to see again tonight. And this was a race where I looked at it top to bottom. I'm always going to gravitate towards the horses coming out of open claiming races over those that have been coming out of condition claiming races, and Music to My Gears fits that bill. And I really thought that he's been in good form right now at the age of 11. And I think he can get the job done here today. 9-2 on the board. That's a good price.
The one that was second to Music to My Gears last time out is Township Willie, and raced from the trailer post could be off the gate a little bit better here.
Yeah, back to back trailer post starts for Township Willie, and before that have been taking on tougher competition. And you do see some wins in for optional 8,500 claimer at Clinton Raceway. Post two tonight, thinking this one will likely throw his hat into the ring early and make his presence felt throughout. 8 for 26 on the season, has hit the board uh, s- uh, 17 times, and just thinking that he should play a big part of it here. I thought this race, top to bottom, looked very competitive though, and no surprise right now, except for the one horse, the five Shadow of Lily at 18-1, who actually I don't mind his chances in here so much. They're all kind of sitting around 5-2, now 2-1 to 8-1.
Number three, The Optimist, sent up by Randy Marriage. Well, the recent form could make you be rather optimistic about this one. Austin Sorry driving, and look, this is one that's got a lot of back class.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that recent form might make you feel pretty good about your selection with back-to-back victories, but how about everything else that he has working for him, right? He's got 41 lifetime wins, which is almost double the next closest horse in here, which would be Shadow of Lindy with 21, and does have more than double the career earnings though with 330,000 made. So I think that he's one you always have to be mindful of, and now he comes into this in really good form as well. So 4-1 on the board. I mean, I guess you can't bet them all, right? But to me, that's a bit of an overlay on a horse that I thought would take a lot of support based on back-to-back victories and that back class.
Number one, Sunseeker, races out of a barn, that of Jim Stewart's that I often back. Jay Harris driving. Raced here Friday night, fourth beaten 9 1/4 in 57. But also, that's a race that Silverback Jack won here Friday night, and as Sunseeker, I think could come back and be better here.
I think he can definitely rebound the better effort. I mean, we always talk about it when, a horse kind of, blows by one and you kind of can't stay with them. Sometimes it breaks their heart, right? And it's hard to kind of finish their mile with any kind of vigor. And the thing is that Silverback Jack just came out tonight and showed that it was no fluke. I mean, he dominated his rivals again. So I think that bodes well for Sunseeker's chances. Rail control, early foot to work with, and thinking really it's about the right number on the board at 4-1 off that latest effort. But you can see there's a lot of different directions the bettors are going on this odds board, Gary.
The one that I used on the bottom of the ticket, but I couldn't use in the top three, Is number 7 better than cash? But it's not because of form.
No, not at all. And he goes to co-favorite now at 3-1. Doesn't surprise me, but that post seven is going to be so tricky for him. He's so fast off the gate. There's a lot of speed to his inside in here. I actually think Shadow of Lindy has the longest shot on the board at 14-1. He might be worth a couple of bucks too. He's not impossible in here, and I thought no one should be that price.
Well, it's going to be an interesting dash. Sunseeker, Township, Willie on the inside. The Optimist and Music to My Gears in Shadow of Lindy. And to the outside, Shadow Warrior and Better Than Cash. Field of 7, it's race number 7. Here they come. Field for the 7th is at the start of the rough, and Music to My Gears and Sunseeker. And to the outside, Better Than Cash. They drive into the turn now, and it is Sunseeker with the lead, the Optimist, and then racing on the inside, third Township Willie. Music to My Gears is fourth away. Then Shadow of Lindy, Better Than Cash, and Shadow Warrior, Sunseeker. Jay Harris has the lead. Advantage right now is a length and a half over the Optimist, and Township Willie third works in front of Music to My Gears, and then Better Than Cash is better than Shadow of Lindy and Shadow Warrior, and they race their way on around the turn. Sunseeker with the top, Sunseeker the Optimist, and then Music to My Gears popped out from fourth to come first over. Township Willie elected to stay to the inside, then Better Than Cash is on the outside, has worked their way off the turn, then it is back for the Shadow of Lindy and Shadow Warrior. And they work their way past the half Sunseeker of a 27-4 opening quarter. Halftime 57-4, 30-second second panel breather. And Sunseeker on into the backstretch they go. The Optimist is getting a nice trip on the back of Sunseeker. Music to My Gears is making some music on the outside and is gearing up for a rally against Sunseeker and is on the inside third of the Optimist, and then Better Than Cash sharing fourth with Township Willie, who needs some room. And then it is back to Shadow of Lindy and Shadow Warrior. And they race their way by three quarters in 127. And Sunseeker still with the lead. Music to My Gears is getting a little closer to Sunseeker. And the field is about to turn for home. Music to My Gears is now playing a winning beat, leads it by about a half a length, and Sunseeker. And now Township Willie has come to the outside but has a lot of work to do. Music to My Gears and Township Willie. Music to My Gears wins it. Township Willie a hard closing second. The Optimist and Sunseeker. It is Music to My Gears in 156-4 and Pat Hudon.
Yeah, nice effort from Music to My Gears there, Gary. That was first over a long way, and really just kind of continued this form. The beat goes on for Music to My Gears because another real nice victory. First up a long way, Sunseeker cannot fend this one off, and he just kind of marches to an easy lead here. You see Pat looking around. Is anybody coming? Nope, and no urging required to the wire there, and got hammered down to 2-1 late. And I thought he deserved to take more support in that morning line at 6-1. Love to see there's a smile, right? He's already kind of smiling coming to the wire there. Pat Hudon, nice steer on Music to My Gears.
Oh, just laughing all the way to the finish. But listen, number 2, Township Willie got away third. And, well, Pat made the decision to pop out from third, and Travis made the decision from third to stay in. The first up trip worked, but still, you do finish second with Township Willie, so it's hard to question Travis's decision.
No, not at all. I mean, they end up, it's interesting in a race where we saw the wagering going in so many directions. It ends up running the top two favorites, first and second. And Township Willie, I mean, obviously finishes up really brave and is coming to Music to My Gears to the wire, but he should be doing that because he did a lot less racing than the winner did. Clearly second best on this occasion. Solid effort though, and the Optimist, ends up rounding out the trifecta at 6-1. Never really took that support I thought he would take.
And it comes in 4-2-3-1, which was your top 4 in order, Robert. And there is Happy Hudon back in front of us. Number 4, Music to My Gears, an 11-year-old rock and roll Hanover Bay horse, owned and trained by Gary Kingshot. Patrick Hudon, the winning driver. It's the third win this year, 8th lifetime. Music to My Gears, 156-4. The seventh race payouts number 4 Music to Make Gears 640 310 280. 2 Township Willie 330 250 and 3 The Optimist $3. $2 exactor 1360. Dollar try 32.20. Dollar super 81.20. The seventh race over a finish from the tops of 4231756. That's 4231756 on the bottom.
Music to my gears, getting home in race number 7. 2-1 on the board. Nice effort, though. Happy to see Pat Hoot on the winner's circle with Gary Kingshot, who trains that one as well. So, moving on, though, now night is flying by, isn't it? We already got 7 races in the books, and now we move on to race 8, which means it's time for the late pick 4. 11 dashes on the card. We'll run race 8 right through the finale in this sequence, and low takeout, always 15%. 1, 2, and 3 for me here in this upcoming dash, and have Chaka the 3 on top, loving her chances, and she's 5-1 right now. I'd be shocked if that price holds come post time. Also using the 1 Queen of Soul and the 2 Pink Monster. Race 9, I could not look past the 4 Ideal Perception. He's 6-5 in the morning line, has been facing tougher at Mohawk Park, and his latest was a runner-up, 2 back to Desperate Man in a track record-breaking performance right here at the River. Back in a regular rotation tonight. Last time out, had missed a bit of time. Just think he does his thing that he loves to do at the River and beats them on the engine. Sintra's in there as well, but Ideal Perception, we know that he owns this track when he's at his best. So he's my single in there. Then race 10, the 1, 3, 4, and 5, kind of leaning in the direction of Last Beach. Might single that one, a couple of my tickets as well. He's a handyman. I thought raced really good first over last time. He's the 4. Also using the 3, I'll get my own thanks in the 5. Wild River Bumblebee. Race 11, the finale of the night, money leg of this sequence. And there I am again, money leg spreading out 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Just think, the 7 and 8 muscle up the gold and Deal and Magic have a chance. And the problem is the post. So they're on the ticket. But I do kind of lean towards the inside of the gate, and the 2 telling the story is what I'm fond of. Early speed, good post to work from. Maybe she can get it done on the engine tonight in the finale. $12 though for a 20-cent wager. Everything in my late multi-leg wager sequences hinges though on the 4 Ideal Perception in race 9. Just a couple minutes away though until this race number 8 on the card. When I map out your winning wagers for that late pick 4, we'll be back in just a couple minutes to take a closer look at race number 8.
Field for the 8th on parade. 1 Queen of Soul, Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone and Hutt Racing. Number 2 is Pink Monster, Austin Sorry for Dean Nixon and Boris Loss. Number 3 is Chaka, Scotty Holder for Jason Libby and Forest City Racing. Number 4, True That, Bo Brown for Tisha Symes and Jeffrey Webster. 5 is Lola Sunshine, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. Number 6, No Money Honey, Daryl Thiessen for Kyle Boston and Stuart and Patricia Bolander. Number 7, Canvas of Stars, Paul McKenzie for Eric Wilson. And number 8 is Run Baby, Travis Henry for Francis Gilmet and Michelle Nollet. A field of 8 for the 8th race. An interesting field of fillies, mares, nominators at 2. I think there's a lot of different ways you can go with this group. And in fact, the only one that's double digits is Run Baby, and that's got to be the post because 3 wins and a third in the past 4 starts. But I did think that number 3, Chaka, would be the chalk, and at this point, she is.
Yeah, she is. I mean, didn't start off that way though. She just recently took the money down to the favoritism, Gary, and I thought it was a real solid effort. Last time at Flamborough Downs, September 16th, numbers of 3, had the pole position, went to the lead, and I thought raced really well for the victory. First start for Jason Libby and partners after a private purchase, and I've always kind of been fond of this horse and thinking that she's got some ability, and I think she's got a big chance to double up here for her new connections. Looks really sharp on the track right now, and working from a decent post again from the 3 hole in a race where I think if she brings her best, she can give them all they can handle.
Well, we saw her from post 3 back in the middle of August at Grand River, and how'd that work out?
Oh yeah, it was a monstrous effort. Daryl Thiessen was aboard on that occasion, and she absolutely crushed. So that was in against softer. I mean the class below this, but I mean if you look at really her last 3 races, win here, a level below this, then she was third to Mending Fences in the grassroots, and then of course she wins numbers of 3 at Flamborough. So I mean all those efforts were strong, and each of those likely put her right there at the wire tonight.
Number 2, Pink Monster, shows improving form and an equipment change. Blind Rope and Bridle gets a better post. It could be all systems go for Pink Monster.
Yeah, there's a lot of boxes being ticked for her tonight because I thought it was a decent enough effort last time. She was actually spotted second over behind the winner though, Azaria, um, and really I thought she might make some more noise in the stretch. She would have been a great number for me in the multi legs on that occasion. And again, I was kind of watching her closely and was waiting for that big charge to the wire. She came in 30-2. But she was third the start before that after going overland a long way. Like that there's an equipment change, like the post relief. Not a big fan of the price right now. I mean, 2-1's a bit better than it was a moment ago, but I was hoping she'd be a little better value than that.
We both have the same top 2, but number 1, Queen of Soul is our third choice, and if I could freeze in a double-digit price, I think I'd be willing to take a leap.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. And you know what? When I looked at this race, you often kind of look at it and you see, okay, who's in the best form, then, who has a reason to improve. And to me, to improve off her latest, it's Queen of Soul because post 8, that time out, never really had any chance the way the race panned out. And now you get down to the pole position, and she's one that really has shown already she can be more than competitive at this level. She's even raced, pretty strongly against tougher. So 9-1, she's the value on the board right now. 8-1 even, and I think she's worth a couple of bucks to win because I think she's going to get put into the race tonight from the rail.
And the barn has a pretty high win percentage as well. Number 4, True That, is getting lost in the shuffle of the first 3, and there's some value to it, 10-1.
Yeah, I think that obviously moving, against tougher horses is really the biggest part of it for her. But her form recently has been pretty good. I mean, she's hit the board in 6 of her last 7. She gets to the winner's circle last time. I thought she kind of did well to gut that one out as well at 5-2 and 10-1 on the board tonight. I don't really see her winning, but I think she's a big time player in the exotics.
You know who I went to on the bottom instead of True That was 5, Lola Sunshine. Your thoughts on Lola Sunshine?
Broke my heart last time. You remember, I loved her in her last start. She got a 2 hole trip. I thought she might bang up the pylons. Now, the winner was very good on that occasion. She only missed by half a length, but it was a situational play for me. She had the rail, post 5, a tougher spot for her.
Well, then I guess maybe she got on your list. Taking up their positions, Queen of Soul, Pink Monster, and Shaka. In the center, True That, Lola Sunshine. To the outside, No Money Honey, Canvas of Stars, and Run Baby. Field of 8, race number 8. Here they come. It's a field of 8 for race number 8. They're at the start of the rough. Queen of Soul and Chaka, and then Pink Monster. Run Baby from the outside, and then True That, Lola's Sunshine, No Money Honey, and Canvas of Stars. But Queen of Soul has got the lead right now, and Queen of Soul has got the front now, and then Chaka is racing second. Pink Monster is racing third, and then it is a True That. Back to Lola Sunshine and Run Baby, and then No Money Honey and Canvas of Stars. Queen of Soul at 6-1 has the lead for Anthony Hahn. Shaka, the 3-5 favorite, is keeping a close watch on Queen of Soul, and Pink Monster is third and is currently about 3.25 from the front. Then True That to the inside. Lola Sunshine now starts to shine on the outside as they work their way off the turn. Then it is back to Run Baby, No Money Honey, and Canvas of Stars. Queen of Soul and Anthony Hahn. Chaka in the pocket. Here comes Lola Sunshine. Then it is Pink Monster and True That. Then it is back to Run Baby, No Money Honey, and Canvas of Stars is trailing the field. They race their way on into the backstretch. Queen of Soul still with the front. Queen of Soul, Lola Sunshine, is shining a little bit brighter. And then on the inside, Chaka is racing third as they work their way on towards 3/4. Queen of Soul, and then Lola Sunshine and Chaka. Racing fourth is Pink Monster on the inside, or sharing fourth with True That. Now True That is fourth, and Pink Monster is fifth, and then No Money Honey, Run Baby, and back to Canvas of Stars. It is Queen of Soul, but Chaka is waiting for the passing lane. And then to the outside, Lola Sunshine. Queen of Soul, Chaka looking to blast up the inside. Queen of Soul and Chaka as they come to the finish. Queen of Soul, Chaka, and Lola Sunshine. And flying late is Pink Monster. It is close, but maybe Queen of Soul held off a flying Pink Monster who kicked in late. 156-2. Interesting dash at the finish, Rob.
It was. I mean, another one that we see a horse just surging late. You can see right here, Austin Story doubled up with all kinds, edging to the outside, into a blind switch. He has to wait for room and then absolutely gets airborne late. I'm hoping Queen of Soul, though, would be a nice result for the multis, but wow, it's close on the line. What do you think seeing that second time around?
Well, I did think Queen of Soul, and you know what? To me, I've learned it's not the second time around because you got to trust your live eyes. But I've been a little bit under the weather. Maybe some people can hear, so I'm not as confident with my pick. But I did think that Queen of Soul held on.
And I think so on that one too. And we kind of said, Gary, right, that she was worth a couple of bucks, right, at 8-1. Well, probably still at 6-1 as well. The only reason why you get that price on her is because you see that most recent effort and go, it doesn't look that great. But what do we always do with post date here at the River, right? We just crossed that one right off the program. And I got to give you some kudos, sir, because I know you've been, haven't feeling the greatest, but you've done a fantastic job tonight. You really have, and Gary Guy doesn't take any days off, and I've always admired that about you.
I'm not one for days off. I've missed 2 days in my entire life, and that was for a pretty acceptable reason. I won't bother you with the details. But Queen of Soul does hold on to win at a nice price of 6-1. 1-2-5-3. Back in front of us is one Queen of Soul for your classic card Shark Bay mare. Owned by Hut Racing, trained by Meg Crone. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver. Fourth win this year, sixth lifetime Queen of Soul, 156-2. The eighth race payouts one Queen of Soul, 1580, 860 and 590. Two Pink Monster, 420 and $3. And five Lola's Sunshine, 550. $2 exactor, 75.10. Dollar Try, 199.90. Dollar Super, 367.85. Eighth race. Order of finish from the top down. 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6, 8, 7. That's 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 6, 8, 7. Field on parade for the ninth. One Rose Run Vortex, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Jennifer Leaning. Number 2 is Sintra, Scott Culver, Harry Polton, and the stable. And number 3 is YS Delight, Todd Ratchford for Gary McDonald. 4 is Ideal Perception, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. 5 is Rock and Bow, Pat Hudon for Catherine Flanagan and Winters Racing. Number 6, Holly's Treasure, Colin Kelly for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider. And number 7, DM John Wick, Travis Henry for Don Lindsay and Andrea Lindsay. Field of 7 for race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, we both landed on Ideal Perception, and it didn't take me a long time to land on Ideal Perception when looking at this class.
No, it's hard to go against him, right? And I mean, I fully expected him to be sub even money. I think that still comes before post time because, even in his latest here, he ends up getting beat by a wide margin to Desperate Man in the preferred two, August 28th. That was a track record setting performance for Desperate Man. And this one was, the best of the rest. Now getting back into that top condition class. Last time he did race at this level, he was hampered with post eight, and he came right back the next week down a class and absolutely crushed them. So he loves it here at the river. He piles up the victories over this surface. Gets along so well with Anthony Hahn, and for me, the most important thing is that he was freshened up for a bit and turned in a real nice effort, closing effort at Mohawk Park to improve a couple of spots in a middle condition type race, and now he gets back to his preferred surface. And 8 to 5 to me looks like value. I'm not sure it holds there come post time, Gary, but did not expect him to see him north of even money.
Then, of course, we got to look at number 2, Sintra, because, well, he's only got $1.3 million in career earnings more than Ideal Perception.
Yeah, he does. I mean, and he's got 4 more years of racing, but I mean, obviously, at Sintra's best, Ideal Perception would be up against it. Maybe not so much on the short track, though. I mean, yes, we've seen Sintra do amazing things on the short track. He won the Gold Cup and Saucer, but I mean, again, a lot of those efforts were earlier in his career. The earnings were earlier in his career and on bigger surfaces. 47 lifetime victories looks pretty good scoring down right now. He's coming out of a softer class than Ideal Perception is on the same night. And I thought Ideal Perception raced a little bit better, even though maybe it didn't go as fast. And then when you go back and look at their last effort here, I mean, Ideal Perception beat him by a pretty healthy margin. So I'm not really sure why the odds are so close right now. I think there should be a much bigger discrepancy come post time.
I never forget him because the first time he raced, I called him Sinatra, because sometimes you just look at the program and assume you know what it is, and then I didn't look closer. But that's not the only time I've screwed up. Look at on the inside, one Rose Run Vortex has gate speed, and, well, post one.
Yeah, post one is really the biggest thing here. And again, and this is a race where you look at it, right? It's a top condition class, but you're looking at a couple of horses that should be, racing at the preferred level, right? If they're anywhere close to their best, and that's the other Reception and Sinatra. So it was a big margin for me going back to third, and I just thought Rose Run Vortex is one that has rail control, has early foot. He should be able to use that to get a decent trip. And if Sintra's not, he's going to probably try to get forwardly placed to be in the 2 hole to 1 like Ideal Perception. But I just think that, Rose Run Vortex worse going to sit maybe the 3 hole. So should be able to get a piece of somewhere underneath.
And then we got to get to number 5, Rock and Bow, because Kenny Rogers said you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, and you held tough with Rock and Bow and cashed at 7 to 1 and at 13 to 1. But now you said I'm gonna. You got to know when to walk away and when to run. Rock and Bow is in
Yeah.
tough against Ideal Perception and Sintra, so Rock and Bow is just towards the bottom of your ticket.
Yeah, I'm gonna say maybe I'm walking away. I'm not running away from Rock and Bow. You know how much I love this horse, and I share the same affection for Pat Hudon. I just think this is a much tougher spot now. Taking support at 6 to 1, and maybe it's because he raced so good last time, and both those victories were tremendous and didn't have much of a chance to back. So He's in fine form right now. I just think these are much tougher, and bottom end of the Try and Super is likely a ceiling.
I went to Holly's Treasure in the bottom. A quick thought on Holly's Treasure.
One of my favorite horses as well. To me, one of the hardest working on the B tracks. But the thing is, this season kind of fallen off a little bit, but recently has got back to the win column a couple times. So yeah, I don't mind that for a play underneath.
It's a field of 7 for race number 9. Rose Run Vortex, Sintra, and Wyas Delight on the inside. In the center, Ideal Perception and Rock and Bow. To the outside, Holly's Treasure and DM John Wick. It's a field of 7, race number 9. Here they come. It's a field of 7 for the 9th race. They're at the start of the rough, and Ideal Perception's going to blast out. Rose Run Vortex and Sintra between those two as they drive around the turn. Rose Run Vortex with the lead. Sintra still charging, and Ideal Perception is out 3 wide. Gets a right hand from Anthony Hahn to drive on because Anthony Hahn's plan with Ideal Perception is to try to come on and take the lead and grab it from Sintra. It is Ideal Perception pressing on the outside and is now going to clear to the front. Sintra is racing second. Rose Run Vortex third. Then it is Holly's Treasure and YS Delight, Rock and Bow, and DM John Wick as they race their way 26-1 opening quarter. Ideal Perception had to work to get the lead, and Sintra, the classy Sintra, sits the pocket, and Rose Run Vortex is third. Then Holly's Treasure is racing fourth and works in front of YS Delight. Then it is Rock and Bow and DM John Wick, but it's Ideal Perception who raced on past the half in 55 seconds and into the backstretch. Ideal Perception, Sintra is getting a lovely trip. Rose Run Vortex is third. Then it is Holly's Treasure, YS Delight. Rock and Bow rocks to the outside, but still has a lot of work to do. And then DM John Wick. Ideal Perception, 3 to 5 on the board, has the lead. Sintra is staying second right now. Rose Run Vortex is racing third, and they head up to 3/4. Ideal Perception and Anthony Hahn, Sintra and Scotty Coulter. 3/4, 124. Ideal Perception, Sintra is looming and is angled out right now, and then Rose Run Vortex and Holly's Treasure, and then it is Rock and Bow, YS Delight, and DM John Wick. Ideal Perception, Sintra in the center of the track trying to run down Ideal Perception. Sintra on the outside. Sintra is going to come on by and take it away from Ideal Perception. Rose Run Vortex, and then 3 across the track for fourth. Sintra in 153-3. And Rob, that was interesting because going to the quarter, Scotty Coulter made Ideal Perception work just a little harder to get the lead, and then got to come back around in the finish and take it back.
Yeah, he certainly took the stung out of him in the early going, no doubt about it. But I mean, that also is hard work for him as well, right? Because he got parked by Rose Run Vortex, and I think Rose Run Vortex's original plan was to just try to, sit a 2-hole trip to one of those two horses and end up having to sit the 3-hole. But listen, I still thought that Ideal Perception, would have every chance to hold this one off. He never is really the type that's going to try to throttle it down in the middle stages. He keeps the hammer down. 26-1 was obviously pretty taxing, but Sintra just kind of rolls by with ease on the end of it. And again, he took a lot of support. I thought they went off a lot closer in odds than I expected, even with the final prices. And I guess the money was right on Sintra because he went past with ease and won pretty handily.
Yeah, and I just thought once Scotty got over to the pylons, I mean, he wasn't like he was going to chase and make Anthony Hahn work too hard, but he wasn't going to let him have it without at least expending a little more energy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a big part of that race, right? That's where the race gets won for Sintra because again, right, you take the sting out of that horse that was looking for the front end. He stacked up 3 wide the entire turn, and used hard to get there in 26-1, and it came down to it. We thought that it was a 2-horse race between those two. That's who it came down to in the end. But Rose Run Vortex did well to round up the trifecta.
And then Holly's Treasure at 50-1. So it's a 2-4-1-6 top 4 in race number 9. And coming back in front of us is number 2 Sintra, 10-year-old Mach 3 bay gelding, owned by the stable, trained by Harry Polton. Scotty Coulter, the winning driver. Second win this year, 48th win lifetime. Sintra, 153-3. The ninth race payouts to Sintra 470, 220, 260. For Ideal Perception 210, 210, and one Rose Run Vortex 590. $2 exactor 540, dollar try 1110, dollar super 47.25. Ninth race, order finish from the top 315 2647. That's 315 2647. Fans note in race 11, number 3, Rose Run Why Not, the driver will be Austin Sorry. Race 11-3, Rose Run Why Not, Austin Sorry. Field for race number 10 on parade. One last beach, Austin Sorry for Ben Wallace and Bolton Stables and Arlene Shirkey. Number 2 is GA Speed Sammy Darrell Thiessen for Courtney Bishop. Number 3, I'll Get My Own Thanks, right Madonna for Dale Fritz and Michael Sawyer and Edward Aitchison and BWP Stable. For He's a Handyman, Mike Horner for Mark Horner. 5 is Wild River Bumblebee, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. Number 6 is Ham Sandwich, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And number 7 is Sports Section, Travis Henry for Francis Guillemette and Stefan Joffrey. Field of 7 for race number 10. And it's the start of the late daily double. Last beach, even money on the board. Austin Sorry for Ben Wallace. And, well, one that's been knocking at the door a lot this year, but struggling to break through.
Yeah, he's just 1 for 23, but 11 on the board finishes, 8 runner-up finishes, and I think he's been racing really well. Though I go right back to that August 7th race here on Industry Day in a preferred two, and Randy Waples even noted, he said, I think this horse is going to be bound for very good things here at the river if he continues to race here. Third's Ideal Perception on that occasion, then came right back, a couple of runner-up finishes to Artie's Ideal and Curious Cortez. Went back to Mohawk Park, and then last time I thought raced okay, and a preferred at Flamborough Downs. Looks dynamite on the track right now. Looks really good out there. Proud of himself. Understand why he's even money, but this is a race, Gary, where in the multi-legs I was going 4 deep with the 1, 3, 4, and 5, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that Last Beach has been racing really well, but he hasn't got to the winner's circle very often. Just that one win in 23 tries.
Well, number 4, He's a Handyman, has been one of your favorites. And look, last race, battled hard and was still digging at the finish.
Yeah, I'll never, be upset at myself for sticking with horses that try really hard, right? And he's a handyman. Fits that bill for me. He's a horse that, last time out, I was all over him. and he was first over a long way, and it looked like he was going to fade out of it on the turn for home, and then he came forward again to only miss by a neck at the wire. And typically speaking, he ends up racing, really hard out there, and he was a winner on Industry Day, and returned 7-1 to his backers on that occasion, and did so on the engine. So I thought he's in with a big chance tonight, and it would kind of hurt a little bit if he got the job done, only because the pick five is paying absolutely insane on him in this race, with Sintra winning in the last. And of course, I had Ideal Perception singled at almost $1,760 for a 20-cent ticket on He's a Handyman.
Well, and you remember Red Green's line, if the women don't find you handsome, they better find you handy. Number three, I'll Get My Own Thanks, is one that, not too handy the last few races, but now this could be a better spot for I'll Get My Own Thanks.
Yeah, I think so. I don't, mind him in here. And if you look at those races at Mohawk Park again, racing against, some decent horses. I'd say that, he is facing off against some good ones in here though too. But the posts have been pretty tricky, right? He's had 7, 9, and 10 in his last four tries, and he was a winner in the Gail Murray Invitational at Hanover Raceway, August the 5th. Thought he raced really well in that outing, and he's probably his preferred surface is probably the short track, so it might help him getting back, to a half mile surface here at Grand River. And he's taken a lot of support in the Osborne at 3-1. Like, you look at those pick five payouts, and you would think Last Beach is going to be a minuscule price on the board, but there's others that are taking support in here. That are paying much more in that pick five compared to the one Last Beach.
And then number five, Wild River Bumblebee, is one that took a bunch of time off. This will be the fourth start back. And that field that he hooked up at Flamborough last race, Hunter Hill and Armour Sealster, they're pretty nice. And Wild River Bumblebee improved and had to come from way off the pace to get third.
Yeah, he's a horse that when he does get back into action, he usually can compete at a pretty decent level. Over 217,000 made in his career, 19 victories, and this is going to be the fourth start back after missing significant time. Just the sixth start of the season too, and I think he's in with a chance here. Just got hammered down to even money though. Wow, that's some serious action rolling in on the five Wild River Bumblebee. I don't know if I could swallow that price on him. He is the definitive second choice in the pick five Will Pays. But yeah, even money's too short for me. But do I think he's in with a chance? Of course.
Well, that action at least helps the price that we have on Last Beach, who's now sitting at 3-2 on the board. Taking up their positions, it'll be Last Beach and GA Speed Sammy on the inside. In the center, I'll Get My Own Thanks, and He's a Handyman, and Wild River Bumblebee to the outside, Ham Sandwich and Sports Section. Field for the 10th, Gathering Speed. They're at the start of the rough, and Last Beach will blast out. Ham Sandwich comes flying out. GA Speed Sammy is third. I'll Get My Own Thanks is racing fourth. Then it is back to He's a Handyman. And then further back, Wild River Bumblebee and Sports Section. But right now, Ham Sandwich is coming on. And Ham Sandwich is able to come on and get the lead now. And then Last Beach is going to come popping back around, and Last Beach will be on top. Ham Sandwich at 80-1's racing, filling the pocket. GA Speed Sammy is third. I'll Get My Own Thanks fourth, and He's a Handyman. Wild River Bumblebee in the Sports Section. It is Last Beach, fell down to 1-5 on the board, and Ham Sandwich is munching along in the pocket at 80-1, and GA Speed Sammy at 50-1 is third. Then racing fourth is I'll Get My Own Thanks as they race the way off the turn, and the field drives on towards us, and now I'll Get My Own Thanks is going to move to the outside. He's a Handyman who follows I'll Get My Own Thanks, and then it is Wild River Bumblebee in Sports Section. But Last Beach, off a 57 1/2 and a 29 3 second panel breather, leads Ham Sandwich. On the outside, I'll get my own thanks is worked up a little closer third. Then GA Speed Sammy, he's a handyman. Second over fifth. Then Wild River Bumblebee in sports section, but Last Beach continues to march and leads it now by about 2 1/4 lengths. Last Beach, I'll get my own thanks is second. Last Beach now. That lead has shrunk. It's down to a length and a half, and I'll get my own thanks is trying to get a little closer. Ham Sandwich Weekends, and then he's a handyman, and then it is GA Speed Sammy Wild River Bumblebee in sports section, but it is Last Beach game if they turn for home. Last Beach now is starting to stride away on the field, and Last Beach at the finish will win it and double his season's win total. Then I'll get my own thanks, and he's a handyman in Wild River Bumblebee. Last Beach 154 flat made every call a winning one.
Yeah, he sure did. He was absolutely much the best, Gary, and that price, it ended up going back down to 1 to 5. I actually couldn't believe that he went up to 3 to 2 and Wild River Bumblebee took all that late support. But we do see the Osborne correct itself before the word go, and 1 to 5 on Last Beach, and you can see Austin Story's got all kinds of horse here as he comes to the wire, and 154 flat, real nice effort from Last Beach. You said doubles his win total. And the pick five, though, still paying pretty well, all things considered. $141 for a 20-cent wager.
And there's Austin Sorry just laying back in the bike, just enjoying the view coming to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was pretty impressive, that effort from Last Beach, and he has been, racing against real solid competitors, and I think he was sitting on a win here at the River. Gets the job done tonight, and the horses that I thought were kind of logical with him ended up finishing in the exotics underneath, but there was no doubt who the best was. He was tons the best.
Yeah, and he also races out of a barn that's just had a ton of success for a lot of years, that of Ben Wallace.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Most respect for trainer Ben Wallace, and Austin Sorry. Plying his trade here tonight at the River. He's had success here too, and doing a lot of double duty. Right, making trips between here and Mohawk Park frequently.
It's a 1-3-4-5 top four, and coming back in front of us is one Last Beach, a 4-year-old Some Beach Somewhere, Bay Gelding, owned by Bolton Stables and Arlene Shirkey. Ben Wallace, the trainer, Austin Sorry, the winning driver. Last Beach, second win on the season, sixth lifetime, 154 flat. The 10th race payouts, one Last Beach, 250, 220, 210. Three, I'll get my own thanks for $33. Four, he's a handyman, 310. $2 exactor, 17.90. Dollar try, 25.45. Dollar super, 33.15. 10th race order finish from the top 1623475. That's 1623475 on the bottom. Field for the 11th on parade. One built to last, Paul McKenzie for Sue McKenzie. And number 2, telling the story, Preston Shaw for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. Number 3 is Rose Run Why Not, Austin Sorry for Brian Lawrence and Stuart Lawrence and Smirk Incorporated. Number 4 is Stars Above All the Rage, Travis Embry for Patrick Bissett and Tanya Lawson. 5 is Peter Crown, Brett McDonough for Steve Watson. Number 6, Royal Leaf, George Ketros drives and trains and owns. Number 7, Muscle Up the Gold, Natasha Day for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. It is Deal and Magic, Larry Small for Terry Gallant. And 9 is Magic's Wizard, Jay Harris for Eric Wilson and Don Lesheed. Let's get a look at this field for the 11th dash. And Rob, this is one that I had a hard time handicapping. I think there's going to be a lot of different options. And in fact, I do not like the low price in Peter Crown at all. And the morning line, well, I never look at it, but boy, I looked at it there just to see what's going on. And listen, number 2, telling the story, your top one, 21 to 1.
Yeah, the odds board right now to me is it's a little bit strange how it's played out so far. But I mean, Peter Crown's also the hefty favorite in the double off that victory last time. I just thought a lot of things went his way for him to get to the winner's circle there. Telling the story for me though, Gary, is just a horse that she gets an inside post to work from. She moves in a couple spots on the gate, and look who she faced last time: Mystic, Willie Irwoni. She was a long way back in third, but I think either one of those horses would be more than happy to take against this group. And she did get beat by Peter Crown two back when she finished fourth, and that one was third. But the margin wasn't that great. 20 to 1. I mean, to me, is a monstrous overlay on the two telling the story, and just thinking that she's in with a big chance here, especially with her early foot off the gate.
One built to last is interesting because, well, you could stroke off that post 8 last time out. Post position 1 and was a little more competitive 2 races ago at this level.
Yeah, and it's not too far removed, right, from that victory that we saw from this one at long odds. It's the line that falls just off the program. August the 2nd made a nice move on the backside before holding on by a nose at 20 to 1, and that came at this level. So I don't think that he's without a chance in here. I think that it's going to come down to trip. He's not a horse that has lightning fast speed off the gate, but he is one that's pretty good when he gets spotted, second over or gets to race off a helmet. Even if he sits on the pylons, he can probably get a big chunk of this. 6 to 1, I think, is a good price on him as well.
And then the next one is my top pick, number 3, Rose Run Why Not, and has only one win on the year. But look, in the 10th race, we had one come in with one win and doubled it to 2. And Rose Run Why Not, Austin Sorry, and off that last line at Hanover, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Mike the Knight. I mean, I think we'd be more than happy to maybe back him in here. And last efforts over this surface all came against tougher. Inside post to work from, all kinds of gate speed. She raises her best when she gets put into play off the switch. It'll probably happen that way tonight. Like you said, shine the win column. But I do think she's one that's offering all kinds of value right now at 6 to 1.
I started off with 7, Muscle Up the Gold as my top pick, and then I shied away because of the post position. And you know what they say, if you change your mind, but it is a tough spot.
It is, and the thing for me is that I remember after that race last time we both kind of said, well, you needed room, didn't get it till it was too late, kind of punched through to be second to Boom Dynamite. I guess the problem I have is like I also noted that she's the type of horse that when she gets a favorable journey, she usually finishes pretty strong. I'm not sure how it works out from post 7 tonight, but I do think that at 17 to 1, she's one you have to have in the super high five.
And number 8, Deal and Magic, despite post 8, you got to at least take a look because you get away from Mohawk. And, well, what did he do the last time that he was away from Mohawk?
Yeah, it was a real strong winner here, against similar company, and I was really impressed by that victory on that occasion, and just thinking that if he could ever find a way to get a decent spot off the gate, shouldn't be too far out of this one against this group. So 20 to 1 on the board. It's wild. Peter Crown 1 to 2. I mean, he was kind of going so long between drinks before his latest carry, and now all of a sudden everyone's on the bandwagon. I can't get there at that price. I've always liked the horse, but that's way too short in my opinion.
Well, I like when I'm not backing a horse that they go off at 1 to 2 because then that means what you do like, you get more value.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, it creates an odds board. Honestly, there's several places you can go and find some serious value in the finale here.
Well, you found it on Telling the Story at 13 to 1, and I found it with Rose Run Why Not at 10 to 1. Shaking up their positions, Built to Last, Telling the Story, Rose Run Why Not. In the center, Stars Above All the Rage and Peter Crown. To the outside, Royal Leaf, Muscle Up the Gold, and Dealin' Magic. And the second tier, Magic's Wizard. Field for the 11th race. They're into the stretch drive. Giddy up. And the field for the 11th race is at the start of the round, Telling the Story in Rose Run Why Not. Peter Crown driving out with Dealin' Magic from the outside as the field sprints on around the turn. Telling the Story on the inside, though, is the early story. Then Peter Crown racing second. Rose Run Why Not is third. Dealin' Magic is still dealing on the outside. And then it is Built to Last. Now Dealin' Magic gets over the pylons fourth in front of Built to Last. And then Stars Above All the Rage and Royal Leaf. And then Magic's Wizard and Muscle Up the Gold. Telling the Story at 14 to 1 has the lead for Preston Shaw. Peter Crown, the 1 to 2 favorite, sits the pocket. Rose Run Why Not and Austin Surrey is third. Then racing fourth is Dealin' Magic and Built to Last is fifth. And sixth is Stars Above All the Rage. They race off the turn and they come on towards us, and it is Telling the Story. Preston Shot 14 to 1 leading. Peter Crown in the pocket position, the heavy favorite. Now driving on the outside, Dealin' Magic, and Dealin' Magic's in front of Built to Last, and Rose Run Why Not elected to stay down to the inside. Then Stars Above All the Rage and Royal Leaf, and then it is back to Magic's Wizard and Muscle Up the Gold. Telling the Story with the front. Telling the Story. Dealin' Magic. Then on the inside, Peter Crown. And Built to Last is racing on the outside fourth. Rose Run Why Not is still hemmed down to the pylons as they race their way on towards three quarters. And then sixth is Stars Above All the Rage. And then it is back further to Royal Leaf, Magic's Wizard, and Muscle Up the Gold. And they race to the top of the, or round the final turn, Telling the Story at 14 to 1. Now Built to Last is popped out, and that allows Rose Run Why Not to get out. And now Peter Crown has been getting the trip. It is Telling the Story, Peter Crown, Built to Last, and then Rose Run Why Not. Three quarters, 129. They come on down the stretch drive. Telling the Story up the inside, Peter Crown. Peter Crown up the inside. He's going to win off the perfect trip. Then Built to Last and Telling the Story. And Rose Run Why Not, 159 and 3. Peter Crown went off at 1 to 2. And, well, we didn't like the price, but we don't mind the horse. It's just 1 to 2 is a little tough to take, but now 3 wins on the year instead of 2.
Yeah, no, it's kind of been the trend, right? We've seen that with a couple of horses where they've ended up tripling their win total in their last couple of starts. He was just 1 for 28 going to his latest. Well, now he's going to be 3 for 30 coming out of this one. He got a perfect trip. He doesn't get a better trip than that. And I can't be upset with the effort I got from the two Telling the Story. Getting a big price on a horse that you know is going to likely be front stepping it. She goes a long way on the engine. I thought raced really well. Just got a little bit unlucky there with Peter Crown getting that perfect pocket ride. I mean, a 1 to 2 shot, getting that kind of a journey, it makes it tough to hold one off. And I went to the inside of the gate with my top two, Gary. They were both good value on the board. They ended up finishing for second and third.
Yeah, you got your money's worth out of Telling the Story at 14 to 1. And mine, Rose Run Why Not, got away third and then made the decision to stay in and wasn't able to shake out until it was too late.
Yeah, and ends up finishing, fourth on the end of it there, right? So those were kind of the horses we both thought might be the value to go to. And I guess if we liked the favorite, Peter Crown, that would have made the exotics pretty easy for us.
Yeah, but instead you had the inside 3 in positions 1, 2, and 3. And, well, Peter Crown was able to crown your top 3. It's a 5-1-2-3-9. And Peter Crown coming back in front of us. 6-year-old Chip Chip Hooray Bay Gelding. Owned and trained by Steve Watson. Brett McDonald's the winning driver. Third win this year. Eighth win lifetime for Peter Crown. 159-3. Eleventh race payout 5 Peter Crown 310 240 270. One built to last 490 350 and two telling the story 510. $2 exactor 1510. Dollar try 3770. Double of 1 and 5 620. Dollar pick 3 $12. Dollar pick 4 $110.90. Dollar high 5 $461.40. The 11th race over a finish from the top. 234 617 985. That's 234 617 985 on the bottom. That does conclude the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. Action resumes this Wednesday, our final race card of 2023. Our first race post time of 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Gary guy.